Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel Noor Networks. In this tutorial, we will be doing a complete deployment of Checkpoint NG Firewall R81.10. So guys, before we begin, let's have a quick overview on the network design. So guys, this will be our network design and we will be deploying Checkpoint as a three-way architecture, that is a distributed deployment where we will be having a Checkpoint management server, the security gateway, and the management station on which the smart console will be downloaded for doing the configuration. So guys, when we talk about the networking part, we will be having three VM networks. The VMnet 1, which will be on the internal LAN side, and it will be connecting the Ethernet 0 of the checkpoint management server and the Ethernet 0 of the firewall gateway. And the same VM network will be used for connecting the administration and the Active Directory server. So guys, the VMnet 1 we will be configuring in the VMware, and over there we will be saying that the VMnet 1 will be having a network address 10.1.1.0/24. Then the Ethernet 1 of the firewall gateway will be the bridge connection, which means that this will be facing towards the internet. And I have used the IP scheme on this as 192.168.0.0/24, since it is the IP scheme which I'm getting for my network. Maybe at your home or office, wherever you're doing the lab, at that time you will be having the host laptop on some other network. So you have to decide accordingly. And from this network, you have to, the network which you are getting on the host laptop, from that network, you have to use one free IP and you have to configure that on Ethernet 1. And Ethernet 2 will be the DMZ, which will be connected to VMnet 2 with the network address 172.16.0.0/24. So let's quickly, very first step is to download the Checkpoint GAIA operating system. So opening the browser over here, we will go to Google and we will type as, we will search for Checkpoint GAIA download. So guys, we will skip the first one and we will be interested to go with the second one, that is Checkpoint R81.10 GAIA Fresh Install. Click over here, then click on download button. You will see the download has started now. Now what we are going to do is, till the download is completed, we will move to our VMware workstation, and over here we will be doing a VMware networking. That is, we will create a VMnet 1, VMnet 2 bridge, and we will assign the required IP address as what we have decided. So click on edit over here, go to virtual network editor. The very first thing is we will create a VMnet 1 with the network address 10.1.1.0/24. Click on change setting. Yes. You can see you already have two pre-configured VM network, that is VMnet 0, which is bridged, and VMnet 8, that is NAT. So VMnet 8 is not of use for us, but yes, of course, VMnet 0, which is a bridge, we will be connecting this to the Ethernet 1 of the firewall gateway. I will show you one by one everything. Click on add network over here and let's create VMnet 1. Click OK. Uh, we will be doing the network configuration as well, keeping this option as it is. Connect. Okay, this also you will check as it is. You will keep the check. Uncheck this box because we are not interested to use the DSCP services over here, and we will change the network 10.1.1.0/24. So this is how we have added VMnet 1. Similarly, we will add VMnet 2 as well. VMnet, okay. And in VMnet, we need 172.16.0.0/24. Uncheck for the DSCP and use this 172.16.0.0/24. And we already have a bridge, that is VMnet 0. So now we have all the three VM networks as per our network design. Click on apply button. And guys, be careful when you are doing this VM networking, because if you do some mistake over here, then you won't be able to proceed further in the lab and you will be facing issues. Click on OK. So as I can see, the download is still going on. I will just pause the video for the better experience and reduce the length of our tutorial. So guys, our Gaia operating system, that is Checkpoint OS, the ISO file is downloaded, and now we will proceed with the app. So the very first thing what we are going to do is we will be creating a virtual machine, and we will be saying that as a checkpoint management server. We will be doing the network configuration, and whatever configuration, initial configuration is required, we will complete this. This part we will complete now. So step to do this: create a new virtual machine, click on next button. We will give the path. Just locate the path where you have kept the ISO file. Click next. Over here, the guest operating system, you have to choose Linux, and the version will be Red Hat Enterprise Linux 564-bit. Click next. It is asking you to give the virtual machine name. We will say cp-mgmt, which means checkpoint management. And it is asking you to locate where you want to locate this machine. So I have located this machine in G drive and the checkpoint VM folder with the name cp-mgmt. You can just save it wherever you want as per your convenience and click on next button. Maximum disk size will be 100 at least, and keeping the other settings default. Click next. Over here, you have to customize the hardware. The memory should be at least 8 GB. And guys, just add a note that your laptop should have 8 GB, but highly recommended is 16 GB for the better performance. 8 GB will create some slowness issue and all, so better it's 16 GB if you have a laptop with the VMware workstation. Processor, please go for 2 by 2. And when we talk about network adapter, if you will see the network design, it is connected to VMnet 1. So let's connect this to VMnet 1 system and click on VMnet 1. Rest all things are fine. Close this, click on finish. The virtual machine is created. Let's power on this virtual machine now. Just using the up arrow key, go to install Gaia on this system and hit enter. Guys, as you can see, the installation process is started now and it is going to take some time. So I'm whenever there is some time consuming process, I won't be saying straight away. I will pause the video for the better experience. So if in your case it takes time, don't be worried about it. So after the prerequisite check and checking the hardware requirement and all, it has taken us to this page. It is asking that this process will install the Checkpoint Gaia R81.10 operating system and associated application. Do you wish to proceed with the installation? Just hit enter on OK. The keyboard selection, I will go with US. Keep this setting default. Just press the down arrow key to come till OK button. You can use the arrow keys to move and hit enter on OK. Over here, it is asking you for the to choose the password for the admin account. Let's set the password and do remember this password, because using this password we will be logging into the GUI or the CLI for the first time. Okay. Over here, it is asking for the Ethernet 0 that is management interface IP address. So as per our network design, it is 10.1.1.150. Let's give that IP address. The subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. Default gateway, we will leave it for now. And even DHCP server on this interface, we are not interested. So let me just remove this gateway, because for now we will not put this, and hit enter on OK. The next stage of the installation process will format all your hard drives. Are you sure you want to continue? Okay. So guys, the installation activity has started. It will take some time for the installation activity to finish. So So guys, the installation is completed and it is saying that to complete the first time configuration of the system, log in from console or connect using a browser, and it has given you the IP address for accessing this. It is the IP address which we have configured. For now, let's click on reboot so that the machine will reboot. Now over here we have created one virtual machine, that is CP management. Before we proceed with the initial configuration wizard and all, so guys, what we will do over here, we will at the same time we will create a virtual machine and we will designate that as checkpoint gateway. Let me show you. We have completed this. Now we will complete this, and then once our this machine is completed, the virtual machine is ready, then we will be doing the initial configuration wizard one by one for checkpoint management server and firewall gateway. Okay, so the steps are same. You will be creating a new virtual machine and you will follow the same step. Next, install the this image file, browse the location where you have kept the ISO file. Next, the operating system will be same what we have used for checkpoint management. The name will be over there we have given cpmgmt. This will be checkpoint gateway. You will just define the location where you want to save this virtual machine. Click next. Similarly, we will give 100 GB space for this. Click next. Customize the hardware. In our checkpoint management, we require only one network adapter, but over here we need three network adapter. That's the very first thing. Memory, it will be 8 GB. Processor will be 2 by 2. Network adapter, this is Ethernet 0. So Ethernet 0 is connected to VMnet 1. Ethernet 0 is connected to VMnet 1. On custom VMnet 1. Let's add the second network adapter. Click on add button. Select network adapter. Finish. So this is our Ethernet 1. The second is Ethernet 1. Ethernet 1 is a bridge which is facing towards internet side. Let's make it as bridge. And the last network adapter will add. Finish. This will be Ethernet 2. This is VMnet. Guys, you have to be a bit careful over here when you are adding the network adapters and assigning them the VM network. Small mistake will create a issue and you won't be able to proceed further with the lab. Let me repeat. The network adapter is Ethernet 0, which is connected to VMnet 1. Network adapter 2 is Ethernet 1, which is a bridge network connected to the internet side. And the last is Ethernet 2, which is network adapter 3, which is connected to VMnet. So close this and click on finish button. Once our virtual machine is created, yes, it is created, we will power on this virtual machine and we will follow the same step what we did in creating a checkpoint management. We will install GAIA on the system, hit enter. It is a time consuming process and I will pause the video. It may take up to 5 minutes. Similarly, over here you have to hit enter that this process will install the Checkpoint GAIA R81.10 operating system and associated application. Do you wish to proceed with the installation? Okay. Keyboard pattern you have to choose. This settings for the disk size you will keep as default and click hit enter on OK. Just choose the password for the admin account and do remember this password. It will inspect the hardware and it is asking now to complete the network port configuration. We will configure Ethernet 0 over here, and what I will do, Ethernet 1 and Ethernet 2, one I will show how you will configure the IP address using a CLI, and the another one I will show you how to configure the IP address using the web GUI. So let's go with this one, Ethernet 0 link. And as per our network design, Ethernet 0 is connected to VM network and has the IP address 10.1.1.200. So let's configure this IP address over here. The subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0. For now, we will not configure the default gateway. DSCP we don't want. Simply hit enter on OK. The next stage of the installation process will format all your hard drives. Are you sure you want to continue? OK. Again, this installation will take next 5 minutes. Over here, the installation is completed. It is saying the same thing what we have seen in checkpoint management, that to complete the first time configuration of the system, log in from the console or connect using a browser to the IP address of the checkpoint gateway. So hit enter and let the machine reboot now. So guys, till the machine is rebooted, let me add you some more things. See the Active Directory configuration and all, I have done it, and what I am going to do is I will be adding the link in the description box for the Active Directory, how you will configure the Active Directory. At the same time, I will add a link in the description box for the web server configuration as well. I have created a management station which is simply a Windows 10 machine in the VMware workstation, and let me show you that. This is the management station which I have created, and as per our network design, the management station should be connected to VMnet 1 and the IP address of this is supposed to be 10.1.1.100. Let me show you the very first thing about the network adapter settings. So the network adapter is VMnet 1. It is connected to VMnet 1 over here, and the IP address also I will show you once. The IP address configuration for this machine. It is 10.1.1.100 as per our network design. The subnet mask is 255.255.255.0, and the gateway I have given the interface IP of the checkpoint security gateway, which is on the LAN side. This one. So let's see if our checkpoint gateway is ready. Yes, still it is booting. So we'll wait for some more time, and well, let's see the checkpoint management. As you can see, our checkpoint management is ready. So let's wait for the checkpoint gateway also to get ready. Then we will be doing the initial setup wizard, the first time configuration wizard for management, and then for security gateway one by one. So guys, as you can see, even our checkpoint gateway is ready now. Our checkpoint management is ready now. Let's try to log into the CLI, and if you remember, we have configured the admin account password, the same which we'll be using over here. As soon as you log in the checkpoint management, it is saying you, let me just maximize this. As soon as you log in over here, it is saying you that in order to configure your system, please access the web UI and finish the first time visit. And let's log into the checkpoint gateway also using the credentials, so that we will get a confirmation that yes, everything is fine. Yes, over here also it is saying that in order to configure your system, please access the web UI and finish the first time visit. So guys, just let me show you the command. And one more thing, the CLI command which will work on the management definitely will work on the gateway. Some basic command, let's see. Let's say for example, if you want to check the interface IP addresses, right? So you will give the command. We are into the checkpoint gateway now. So show interface Ethernet 0. We have configured the IP address for Ethernet 0 IPv4 address, and it will give you the IP address of the Ethernet 0, that is 10.1.1.200. Similarly, you can check this on the management station also. Sorry, not management station, on the management server, checkpoint management server. So interface Ethernet 0 IPv4 address. It is giving you the IP address, that is 10.1.1.150. So guys, over here on the management checkpoint management server, you have only one interface, that is Ethernet 0, and the IP address is 10.1.1.150/24. But on the gateway side, if you remember, we do have three interfaces, right? So the one interface is 10.1.1.1 interface is on the facing on the LAN side, connected to VMnet1, having IP address 10.1.1.200/24. What we will do, let's configure the Ethernet 1 IP address also, which is facing towards the internet side. Let me take you to the network design once again. We will be configuring this IP address on Ethernet 1 interface. Let's configure this also. The command to configure the IP address is set interface Ethernet 1 IPv4 address. You can use the tab key, or if you don't know the syntax, you can simply use the question mark, and then it will give you what will come next. So the command for setting up the Ethernet 1 interface IP address, to set the interface IP address, is set interface Ethernet, the number of the Ethernet port, IPv4 address. It will be 192.168.0.200. Then comes subnet mask. It will be 255.255.255.0. Enter. Now you have set the interface IP address and with the subnet mask. The next command will be set interface Ethernet 1 state on. What do you do on, let's say, on the Cisco router or switches? You give the command shutdown to shut the port, no shutdown to open the port, right? Similarly, you will set the interface state to on over here. Set interface Ethernet 1 state on. Enter. And finally, you will save the configuration. So we have saved the configuration. Now this basic thing, the purpose for showing you this thing was to show you the CLI command, how you will check the IPv4 address on the interface, or how you will configure the IPv4 address using a CLI. Now quickly let's move to the management station over here, and from here we will be accessing the checkpoint management and checkpoint gateway one by one to complete the first time visit. Open the browser in the management station, and let's open the management checkpoint management server first. 10.1.1.150. Proceed. We will use the same admin account. So now this is the configuration wizard page. Click next over here. You will keep this setting, continue with R81.10 configuration, because we are not installing the checkpoint from the cloud or through a USB device. We have already created a VM machine, nor we are importing any existing snapshot, because this is a fresh installation. So just skipping this option, continue with R81.10 configuration. Click next. We have set the IPv4 address already, right? So just click next. Host name, let's give CPMGMT. Domain name for now we will not use, later on we will set. And even if we don't have any proxy server, if in your environment you have a proxy server, you can just check the box, give the IP address of the proxy server, and define the port number and click next. But for us, we are not using the proxy server for now, so click next. You can just set your time zone and click next. installation type, whether you want the security gateway and or security management, or you want a multi-domain server. As we have already discussed in the beginning that we are going to deploy a distributed environment use that will be a three-tier architecture, which contains security gateway, security management, and of course the smart console installed in the management station. So we will give this option, security gateway and or security management. Click next. Now over here you have to choose, so be careful that this is our management server, checkpoint management server. So you will check this box, you will keep the check on this box and uncheck this box. You will uncheck security gateway and you will check security management. You will keep the check on security management. Over here it is saying define security management as primary, secondary. It's a single standalone management server, right? So we will be keeping this option primary as it is and click next. Now it is saying that whether you want to use the GAIA administrator admin, which means that the admin account for which we have set the password during the initial setup, or do you want to define a new administrator? See, later on we will define a new administrator, but for now we will say, okay, we will be using the same GAIA administrator and click next. It is asking you that the GUI client can log into the security management from, whether you want to give a restricted access, like you want to limit the access to a certain machine or to a certain network or to a certain range of IPv4 address. For now we will say any IP address and we will proceed. But if you want that, you want to restrict the access to a particular machine or a network or the range of IPv4 address, therefore you can do it from here. For us, for now we will say any IP address and click next. It is giving you the details that your device will be configured with the following product, that is security management, the primary security management. Click finish. This will start the configuration process. Are you sure you want to continue? Click yes. So guys, this will take some time. Till that time, what we are going to do is we will be completing the first time visit, similarly for the checkpoint gateway as well. Once this is done, I mean the in the first time visit for the checkpoint management server is done, it will reboot and then the system will come up and we will be proceeding further. Till that time, we will just complete the first time configuration visit for our gateway also, which is 10.1.1.200. We will be using the same account which we have configured the password for during the initial setup. The first time configuration wizard will be almost same except a minute change that I will show you when we will proceed further. Click next. Continue with R81.10 configuration. Click next. This is the IP address which we require and we have configured also. Click next. Ethernet, to configure the interface to connect to the internet, it is optional for now, and anyhow I will be showing you how to configure the static routes and all at that time. So for now, say click next over here. And host name, let's give CP gateway. Domain name will give optional, rest all things same as it is. Click next. We'll set the time zone. Click next. This we will keep as it is what we have done for the checkpoint management server, that is security gateway or a security management, and the next time next page we will do some changes next. Over here it will be exactly the reverse of what we did in checkpoint management. Over there we have checked for checkpoint management because we were interested to make it as checkpoint management server. This will be security gateway, so we will be doing uncheck on this security management and we'll make this a security gateway. Whether it is a cluster or like a unit is a part of a cluster or anything, for now we are not doing any kind of clustering we will look sometime later in this tutorial. For now we will say it is a security gateway and click next. Does this gateway have a dynamically assigned IP address? Click on no, because we are configuring the IP address statically, right? Click next. Activation key, guys, just be sure that you don't forget this key because it is a secure internal communication key. Basically this key we will be using when we will be connecting our checkpoint management server with the checkpoint security gateway. So just remember this key. for the future reference. You can just create an activation key and confirm the activation key, and remember this. And over here it is saying the connect to your management as a service. We are not going into the cloud platform or anything, so we won't be going with this. We will just skip this setting as default and click next. Your device will be configured with the following product, that is security gateway. Click on finish button. This will start the configuration process. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Now this also have started some configuration and the required installation and all. So once this is done, then our machine will be up in the normal state. Let's see what is the status for checkpoint management. Even this is going on, the checkpoint management also it is going on, and even this wizard for the gateway is going on. I will pause the video till that time, and once it is finished, then we will proceed further. So guys, the setup for our management is still going on, but for the gateway, it is asking that you must restart the system in order to finish the configuration. Click OK to restart now. Click on OK button and your system will restart, which will be completing the first time configuration wizard. So the gateway takes little time as compared to checkpoint security management server. The security management server first time visit takes a bit more time. So guys, let's check the status for the management. This gateway is still rebooting, and the management server is saying that configuration completed successfully. Click OK. So guys, over here, what you have to do, like when I talk about the checkpoint gateway, my machine is going a bit slow due to some performance issue. Okay guys, so I have fixed the issue for my machine now. See now over here, the checkpoint gateway is rebooted and the machine is up now. Okay, and for our management checkpoint management server, our this is our checkpoint management server. We are logging to this for the first time. Let me show you by logging to the checkpoint gateway as well. Okay, I will log in to the checkpoint gateway. Guys, this is our checkpoint gateway. There, the left pane you will see the network management, system management, routing, and there are multiple options. So as we proceed further in our lab, we will be looking after it one by one. And then we have a checkpoint management also. Both of them we have taken access through a web GUI. So we don't have any much more work over here on the checkpoint gateway. So if you wish, you can just simply log out from here. Whenever we require something, we will be coming over here and we will be doing a changes. But for now, we don't need any such thing from the web GUI of the Checkpoint security gateway. But yes, we do have to do some change. I mean something over here on the Checkpoint management server. So guys, just let me show you the network design over here. And till now, what we have done, I will show you that as well. Because we have created two virtual machines, one as Checkpoint management server, another as Checkpoint gateway. We were having management station, and we have done the required configuration, network configuration, as well as completed the first time configuration wizard for Checkpoint management server as well as for Checkpoint security gateway. Another thing what we have to do is on the management station. Very first thing, we will be downloading a smart console and we will install it. Let's go to the management station inside the VMware workstation over here, and then going over here, we will log into the management station using Checkpoint management server using a web GUI. Okay, so you can see on the web GUI of the Checkpoint management server, manage software blade using a smart console. Just click on download now over here, and once you click download now, your download for the smart console will begin. It will be an executable file which you have to run on your VM machine, that is a management station. So the downloading has started now. We will wait till our smart console is downloaded. So guys, our download is completed. It is saying that this type of file may harm your computer. Just discard the warning, and I mean, I'm not saying that discard this. Say it, keep discard the warning, whatever it is saying, and say keep it and keep anyway, because we know that this is a trusted file. Now what we are going to do, once it is fully downloaded, we will run the setup and we will install our smart console in the management station. Okay, so let's run this executable file. Run. Twice I have double clicked. That's the reason it has started the setup again. So anyhow, the one is going on. That's the reason I have closed the second one. You have to wait for some time till the installation is completed successfully. Yes. So guys, now we don't need this for now. The web GUI access and all. We will simply log out from here and we will close this tab as well. Even we don't need the gateway. For now we'll close this as well, and let's wait till this setup is completed. Check this box. I have read and agreed to the checkpoint and user license agreement. Click on install button, and this installation will take some time. So guys, the installation process is still going on. It will take maybe next 5 more minutes for the installation of the smart console to complete successfully. So guys, the installation took for me around 7 to 8 minutes, and still it is going on. It is on the finalizing stage. So we have to wait for next 1 to 2 minutes more, and hopefully this will be completed successfully. So guys, installation is completed successfully. It is check and saying that launch smart console. We will keep this check to launch the smart console and click on finish button. So till now, what we have done, guys, we have created two virtual machines. One we have designated as Checkpoint Management Server, the another one as Checkpoint Security Gateway. The required network configuration and the configuration wizard we have completed. Then we have downloaded the Smart Console in the management station to a web GUI of the Checkpoint Management Server. We have installed the Smart Console, and now we will be trying to log in for the first time to a Smart Console. So basically, when I say that I will be logging to the smart console, I will be logging into the checkpoint management server. We will be doing the configuration in the checkpoint management server over here, and we will save it in the checkpoint management server. Whatever configuration we are doing, we will be pushing it to the security gateway. So since it's first time, it will take bit time for starting. So we have to wait for some time. So guys, we are into the login page now. Username we will say admin, and the password we will be using the same password which we have configured during the initial setup. Over here you will be providing the management checkpoint management server IP address, which is 10.1.1.150, and click on login button. It will take some time for you to connect to the server, and let's wait till that time. Over here it is saying fingerprint of server 10.1.1.150 was changed to protect against impersonation. Compare the following fingerprint when displayed in the server, and so on. So let's click on proceed button over here. Guys, for the first time, we are logging to the smart console. So, just let me give you a brief overview that we have a gateways and server over here, the management checkpoint management server, and of course, we are going to add a checkpoint gateway that will also be shown over here. Then you have a security policies tab. We will when we will be doing a configuration at that time, I will show you where we can configure a policy. Then we have a logs and monitor to logs the traffic. There are several different type of logs we will be discussing in the coming time. And then we have a manage and settings over there. Also we have multiple options. So guys, quickly what we will do over here is we will be adding our gateway to the management station. So to do that, if you will see that you have on the right side, you will see objects over here: network objects, services, application categories, VPN communities, and so on. There are many objects. So you can define a host object, you can define a network object, services you can define from here. The same thing, if you will see on the left side over here, you can do the same job from here as well. Just click on objects over here and you will find new network, new host, new network group, more objects type. Over there you have services, custom applications, so many things. Then you have a menu button over here. If you will see on the left side over here, you have a menu button over here. Just click over here on the menu button. From here you have to manage your policies and layers and blah blah blah, so many things are there. So we will be discussing one by one each and everything, nothing to worry about that. And the very first thing what we are going to do is we will be adding the object over our gateway over here. So click on new button over here, go to more, and in more you will be fine. You have to see, go in the network objects, and then going to network objects, go to net gateways and servers. Let me repeat. You have click on new, then over there the last option you have selected more, then the first object network object, and then gateways and servers, and you have to click on gateway over here. Once you click on gateway, you can see that it has opened one window for you where it is saying that whether you want to go with the wizard mode or you want to go with the classic mode. So guys, wizard mode is basically a help out way where you will be getting each and everything as a ready-made part. Simply you have to run a wizard. Let's go with the classic mode and I will show you how you can add the gateway to your management. So click on classic mode over here. And you can see now, after clicking the classic mode, the one new window has opened for you, and it is saying that checkpoint gateway details. And also let's give the name of the gateway. We will be using the same one, and let's say CP gateway GW, the one which we have used. The IP address it is asking you for the gateway, that will be 10.1.1.200. And over here you can see that the secure internal communication, the SIG key. If you remember, I have told you that you have to remember this key when we were doing the first time configuration wizard for the checkpoint gateway. So that key we will be using it over here. And you have to just see this as well. The platform, it's an open server which we are using. The version is R81.10 and the operating system is GAIA. So we don't have to touch anything. What we have done, we have given the name, we have given the IPv4 address for our checkpoint gateway, and just click on communication over here. Once you click on communication, it is saying you that one time password, that is a SIG key which we have configured over there. The same thing which we have configured over there, we will be using it over here. Click on initialize. And you can see over here the trust is established. This is a proof that your gateway is successfully added. What you have to do is click on OK button over here, and again you have to click OK over here. And this is the proof that your gateway is successfully added, because on your smart console, it is giving you the details about your gateway, that Ethernet 0 IP address is 10.1.1.200, and Ethernet 1 IPv4 address is 192.168.0.0. Just close this and click OK. It will undergo several processes before the gateway is up and shown over here. So you have to wait for some time. And guys, as you can see over here, let me open, it will take some time and then it will turn green, and this is a proof that our checkpoint gateway is successfully connected to the checkpoint management server. Let's give some time for this. So guys, we just miss out a small thing, in checkpoint we have to install the policies, right, that we have missed out. We haven't saved also, so either you can just click on publish to save it in the checkpoint management server, and then you can put it on the security gateway. Plus we will do one thing, we will simply click on install policy and click on publish and install over here. We'll wait till our policy is successfully installed. Once it is installed, then we will get our checkpoint gateway up. This is the thing which we have missed out, and we were waiting that it will turn green. No, we have to install the policy, because then only the checkpoint gate will come to know and the communication will be properly established. So let's wait till the policy is installed successfully. So guys, we'll simply click on install button. Our policy installation has started now. As you can see over here, we will wait for our policy to install successfully. So guys, as you can see, our installation is completed successfully, and the checkpoint gateway is also up now. So the status are green, which means now the connection is established and everything is working as required. So guys, till now what we have done is, like, we have very first we have set the VM network, then we have created two VM machines, one as a checkpoint management server, other as a checkpoint security gateway. Then in the management station we have installed smart console, we have run the application, and accessing the checkpoint management server through a smart console, we have added the security gateway to the checkpoint management server, which means that we have connected the checkpoint management server with the security gateway, and we have seen that the connection is established successfully. Now the very first thing after this, what we are going to do is we will be installing the security policies. And the first thing which we will test is, like, we will create a security policy, we will be creating a rule where our management station will be able to reach to the internet. So this is the rule which we will be creating, and for creating this rule, as you know, the very first thing what you need is a policy, the rule which of course we are going to create. You will need a static route to reach to the internet. The static route we will be configuring on gateway now. We require netting, and at the same time we will be seeing a concept for anti-spoofing in firewall gateway. So let's begin with the configuration of the rule security policies over here. So guys, before we proceed with the policy configuration, we are going to do two primary things. Number one is we will be seeing how to create a policy package. And the second thing what we are going to do is we will be adding all the host and the network objects in our network design. So we have three networks: internal network, outside network, and DMZ network, and few of the hosts you can see over here. So let's quickly do the configuration for the new policy package. Just click over here, click on manage policies and layers. So guys, let's assume like you have 4 to 5 different checkpoint gateways, each of them having independent policies and all, and you're managing this using a single checkpoint management server. So to just remember that on which particular gateway, what policy configuration you need to do, this creating a policy packages will be really helpful for you. So how you will create? You have already a standard one, and if you remember, just sometime before when we have connected our security gateway to our security management server, it has asked for the policy installation. You have selected for the standard one, right? It was standard. You haven't selected, so maybe you would have not observed. Let me show you now. Just create a new policy package, and we will give the name of this policy package as lab policy. You can give anything, whatever you want. We need these two blades, okay? And one important thing is installation target. When we will be configuring a policies, at that time again and again it will be asking you at the last column that on which gateway you want to install this policy. So again and again you have to define the checkpoint gateway, this gateway. So instead of that, you can just say that if you are installing this policy, this package, on this package, if you're installing any policy, if you're pushing the configuration, this should go to the specific gateway, and that is this one. Just click on plus sign and select this. So now whenever you are installing the lab policy, at that time whatever configuration will be done, it will be going to the checkpoint gateway. So this is the reason you have defined the installation target. Click on OK. I want to remove this, but I will not remove. I will show you the reason first. Then again, we will come here and I will remove this. For now, what I will do, it will take some time, and then we will just close it. Okay, let me close this. Now, guys, you can see the lab policy package. You can see over here. But now the question is, the problem is when you will install the policy, click on install policy, click on publish and install. Now see, before it proceed for the installation, it is asking you on which policy package you want to install. So you have to select lab policy or standard. Of course, we will select lab policy, but the problem is that if you will choose by mistake standard, so some configuration will go here, some configuration will go there, and your things will not work. If in case you have multiple gateways, and if you want to install multiple policies on different gateways, in that case a package will be helpful. But in our case it is not even helpful also. Let's close this. We will remove the standard one because we don't need it for now. And even we would have worked with the standard package, okay? But the reason why I have added this, just to show you how you will create policies and layers. Let's delete the standard from here. Yes, close this. And now we'll install the policy, publish and install. And you will see now it is not asking you to select the policy target, right? By default it is taken lab policy because we have only one. Click on install. For the first time you're doing, it is asking you that you are about to override the current policy with the lab policies for this gateways. Click on install button. The policy is installed successfully. Now guys, what we are going to do is, there are some rules we need to configure, but before that we will be configuring the objects and the network objects and the host objects as per our network design. Click on new. We will add the network first, one by one. And over here we will say that internal network, or let's say, okay, internal network, and the network address is 10.1.1.0. The subnet mask will, sorry, it's 10.1.1.0. Okay, 10.1.1.0. The subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0. Okay, we will add DMZ network. It is 172.16.0.0. The subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0. Okay, and finally the third network, which is our outside network, WAN network. Even you can add a comment if you want. So the outside network will be 192.168.0.0. Subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0. And click OK. Simultaneously, we'll add the host objects as well, which is management station, Active Directory server, web server. Let's add that as well. Host. First comes the management station, whose IP address is 10.1.1.100. Okay. The second comes the Active Directory server. Sorry guys, it should be host, not a network. Host AD server, that is Active Directory server. IP address is 10.1.1.50. Click OK. And finally, the third is our web server, which is in DMZ. The IP address will be 172.16.0.100. Okay. So guys, before we begin with the policy configuration, we will be installing the policy and then we will proceed further. So you know that how you need to install the policy through a smart console. Like you will click on publish to save the configuration and then install policy to install it. Or else if you install, click on install policy, very first it will ask you to publish and then it will install. Let's see how you will configure the policy using the CLI. Let's go to the gateway over here. We'll log in into the gateway, and the very first command is we will check the status of the policies, installed policies. Fwstat is the command, and it is saying you that on 23rd of August 2022 at 2100 the policy is installed, the last policy. Why I am highlighting the date? Just you can distinguish that the policy which you have configured earlier and the policy which we will be configuring now. So guys, when you are doing the configuration through a smart console, over there you are clicking on install policy, which says that the configuration which is saved in the checkpoint management server should be pushed to checkpoint security gateway. Now through a CLI, basically what you will do that you will give the command fw fetch and the management server IP address. It means that the gateway is saying to fetch the policy from the management server. So the command is fw space fetch space the management server IP. For us it is 10.1.1.150. Hit enter. And it is saying that the fetching security policy succeeded. Now to just verify that it is a different install policy, give the command fwstat and you will see the time difference also. The earlier policy which was installed is 2100 and this is 2105, which means this is the latest one. So this is how you will be installing the policy through a CLI. Now again, moving to the management station. Till now we have seen how to create a policy package. We have configured the network object, host objects. Now we will work on the policies. If you will see, we have a pre-configured rule, which is a cleanup rule, which also means implicit deny, saying that any source to any destination for any port number, the action should be dropped. Now we are going to create some rules over here. So in order to create a rule over here, you will see you have an option. From this, you can, the first option is to add a rule above this selected one. The second is to delete the rule, sorry, to add the rule below this one. And the third one is to delete, but it is a pre-configured and you cannot delete it for now. Just, or else you can have a one more option by right clicking on this policy, and you will say new rule should be added above or below. We will add a rule above over here, and the first rule which we are going to create will be management rule. It means that you will say that from your management station and from your, what we say, checkpoint management server, you should be able to reach to the checkpoint gateway using so and so port number. Let's configure it and we will see it how it works. So guys, over here source which we are going to select will be, just click on plus button over here, and first will be our management station, and the second one will be our checkpoint management server. Source, destination will be our checkpoint gateway. The port numbers which we are going to open for this rule will be HTTPS for the web GUI and SSH for the CLI. The action we will say accept, log the traffic. And if you remember, when we were creating a policy package, at that time we said that install on the checkpoint gateway, the target we have defined there. So again and again, we don't need to define over here the policy target, because whenever you will install the lab policy package, the policy will be installed on your checkpoint gateway because we have defined it over there. Okay, let me show you again. Go to manager policies and layers, and you will see that you have said over here, let me open this. You have defined the installation target as CPGW, that is 10.1.1.200, our checkpoint security gateway. So you don't need to define again and again over here. This is the one management rule. Now you have allowed this. The second one will be, we'll delete this first. Okay, the second one will be stealth rule, which will say that any other thing apart from this should be denied. So I have by mistake added above. I am supposed to add this rule below, and I will give the name stealth rule. Click over here and switch to any. You can drag this CP gateway from the destination to this place. Just drag it. The VPN part, leave it as it is because we are not doing any kind of VPN configuration or anything. Just select this both and take it over here. Action will be dropped. Log the traffic over here. So this was about providing access to the security gateway and all. The one important rule now which we are going to configure is to open the internet access for this management station. So the rule will be, source will be this one, and the port numbers which we are going to open on the firewall will be HTTP, HTTPS and DNS, the one required to access the internet. Destination will be the internet. So basically, for a machine to reach over the internet through a firewall, what all thing you require is the interface IP address configuration, which we have done. Then you need a static route. Static route, we will be adding it. You need a rule defining the source and destination along with the port numbers that we have done, and the netting is required. So before we create a rule, just let's add a static route over here very first. That will be a default route. Okay, you can add this from the web GUI also, but we will be adding this through a CLI. But I will show you how you can add that. We will not do the configuration. At least I will show you how you can add from the web GUI. It is simple, and I will show you the command how to do it from the CLI. Let me access our gateway web GUI. Is there any problem going on? Let's ping 150. It is pinging. It's not pinging. Okay, guys, let me add one more thing. See, by default, your security gateway will not ping. So there is nothing to worry about in this, because by default it will not ping. And I will show you one command how you will be opening the ping. You have seen that I'm trying to ping it from the management station. It is not pinging, right? So the command is fw unload local. It will just clear the security policies from here. Fw unload local, and you will see that installing security policy from all gateway. If you will go over here now on the management station, you will see that it has started to ping now, right? So it is pinging now. Okay, now we will just log into 10.1.1.200. Configuration is log, so we will acquire the log. See, from here IP for static routes, you can simply add the route over here. Okay, and one more thing, this DNS address is there. So host and DNS, you have to add the DNS 8.8.8.8 and 4.2.2.2. This configuration you have to do by coming over here, host and DNS 8.8.8.8, 4.2.2.2. I have put the Google DNS. So after putting the DNS, okay, let's move to the gateway over here. How you will add the static route? So the command is default route we are reading, set static route default next hop gateway address. It will be your router IP address, router, yeah, or you can say the gateway of your host laptop. This IP you have to put here. For me, it is 192.168.0.1 on. It is saying that could not reacquire the config log database. Since we have access through web GUI, the session is locked over there. So now if you want to make any changes over here, so you have to acquire the log, right? So the command is log database override. And you can see now that you are able to set the static route, that is this command, set static route default next hop gateway address, the gateway address, and on. Let's move to the administration and we will continue with the policy configuration. So as I told you, what all things you require, you need to configure the interface IP address of the firewall, that we have done. You have to add a static route, a default route to reach to the internet, that we have done. The third thing is the policy. We will be doing it now, and the last we will be doing netting. Let's add one more rule below and give the name as internet access rule. Source is management station. You can add or you can just drag it. Destination will be internet, all internet. The ports which you need to open for accessing the internet is HTTP, HTTPS, and DNS. These three ports action will be accept, log the traffic. You have created this rule, and finally if you will see the cleanup rule, right? So the source is any, destination is any, and the service and application is any, action is dropped, we will log the traffic. So basically what it will do, if any traffic is getting dropped due to the cleanup implicit deny rule, the last rule, that also should be logged. So we have just changed the track to log. We will be installing the policy, publish and install. Guys, we miss out one thing, and that was the netting. We are supposed to do the netting for our internet to work, right? So we have published. We will not install it now. Let's wait. And the very first thing we'll do the netting. So just let me take you to the net over here. You will see for now there is no netting rule for our management station and all. The netting in the checkpoint is a single click work. Just double click on the management station to open. Click on NAT over here. Just check this box, add automatic address translation rule. Keep these options default, hide behind the gateway. Which gateway you want to install, it will be CPGW. Click OK. Now we will install the policy. Install the policy, publish and install. Click on install. We'll wait till the policy is successfully installed, and then we will check whether the rule which we have created is working, whether we are able to reach to the internet. Okay, the policy is installed successfully. Let's open the browser and we will try to browse the Google website. It seems like it's not reaching, right? So let's review the logs, guys, and we will see what exactly is the issue. So just click this policy and you can view the logs from here, or if you want to get the expanded view, you can just click on logs and monitor over here and go to logs tab over here. Okay, let's open one of the log. If you will see that over here, seeing this, it is simply saying the action is dropped. But if you focus on the right side over here, it is saying you address spoofing, right? So the cause of the traffic to drop, we are not able to reach to the internet, is the address spoofing. So let me tell you what is address spoofing. We will understand what is address spoofing by taking the our network design example. Let's take you to the network design. So guys, address spoofing or IP spoofing is basically a technique where the attacker replaces the trusted source IP address with a fake trusted one to hijack connection to your network. And why this is done? Basically, attacker use IP spoofing to send malware and bots to your protected network to execute DOS attacks or to gain unauthorized access. Let me explain you whatever I have said. Maybe it would not be possible for you to understand what I have said. I will take you through the examples. So guys, let's assume that this is a host laptop which is outside our network and he is attacker. Okay, this particular machine is outside our network, somewhere here, outside your network, and his intention is not good. He is a bad guy. Now, spoofing is basically a technique. What the attacker will do, he will be changing his identity to the trusted one. Let's say he will take the identity of this management station, which is 10.1.1.100. So now when the traffic from the attacker using the IP address 10.1.1.100 comes over here, and the attacker has requested to access your web server, and let's say you have created a rule for your LAN users that LAN users should be able to access your web server which is in DMZ. So you have allowed this connection. This connection is allowed. Okay, management station to web server through firewall gateway is allowed. So now the bad guy sitting outside is changing his identity to the trusted source, and he is reaching till here to access this. Now the firewall has the rule configured. Firewall will simply allow this. Once this is allowed, then he is enough in the position to exploit. But now the question will come to your mind that how the attacker will get all these details. So guys, the answer is to carry out IP spoofing, attackers need the following: a trusted IP address that the receiver devices would permit to enter the network. So these attackers need a trusted IP address. So there are numerous ways to find device IPs. One way is Shodan, an online database of IP address to device mapping. Although the job is not easy, but yes, it is possible. Then the ability to intercept the packet and swap out the real IP header from the fraudulent one, a network sniffing tool or address resolution protocol. Our scan can be used to intercept packets on a network and gather IP address to spoof. And all of the firewall vendor has their own way of solution to defend such spoofing attacks. So now when we talk about the checkpoint, how it works. The anti-spoofing feature of a checkpoint detects if a packet with a IP address that is behind a certain interface arrives from a different interface. For example, if a packet from an external network has an internal IP address, and like this is the packet coming from outside, right? If the firewall detects that a packet is coming from outside but has an internal network address, it will block. So let's go to the checkpoint smart console for the solution. The solution to this problem is quite simple, guys. What you have to do is go to gateways and servers, double click over here on the checkpoint gateway, and going over here, click on network management. This is Ethernet 1, which is facing towards the internet, right? Just open this. Over here, you can find anti-spoofing feature, prevent and log. Modify this. Now guys, either you can just disable the anti-spoofing feature by unchecking this box, but it is not advisable, it is not recommended, because you are adding a risk to your network, and the spoofing, you're opening a way to the spoofing. The second option is to just say detect. Then what will happen, it will detect but it will not prevent. So if in case you miss out some alerts, and definitely you will be in a problem. So the best option is to enable this, say prevent and log. But how to get out of this issue where your network traffic is getting drop, your genuine traffic is getting drop? So if you will see that it leads to the network internal, right? Just you have to change this by clicking on override, and what you have to say that this is internet external. Of course there are additional option also, like if you will just skip this option over here, there is an option. By default you will see that it is saying network defined by the interface IP and the network mask. So what it is saying, that only the network defined by the interface IP, which is 192.168.0.0, only the IP address which belongs to this network will be allowed, and all other requests will be blocked. So that's the reason now it is blocking. The second option is network defined by the routes. So this option you can select when you have dynamic routing protocols working in your network. At that time this is a good option. The third option is you can specify that yes, for this specific IP addresses, just don't do the anti-spoofing when it is coming from the LAN, like LAN side or DMZ. But the best and the easy possible option is just select this option, that it leads to the internet, it is an external interface, but at the same time performs anti-spoofing as well. So click OK. Once you do this, your job is done. Click OK. Click on install policy. Publish and install. Once the policy is installed successfully, then we will test our policy if we are able to reach to the internet. So the policy is installed successfully. Let's open the browser and we will test the policy if it is working fine. Let's go to google.com and it is accessible, right? Let's browse some more site like yahoo.com or let's say facebook.com. Yes, it is accessible. Even you are able to, which means that your internet is open and it is working fine for you. You will go to security policies over here. Just click over here and then you can open any of the one log over here to read the logs. You will see the details that the origin is a checkpoint gateway and then the connection is established. The source was the management station, which is 10.1.1.100. It's outgoing traffic. The destination IP address is shown. The natting has taken place. That details are shown over here, and much more information is over here, which you can read, and you can say that it's a access rule name. It's internet access rule. Rule number is 3, and the match rule. It is also giving you the detail about that rule as well. So when we will be looking into the logs, the traffic monitoring, at that time we will have a detailed discussion in the coming time. Okay. So guys, this is how you will be installing the policies. You will be configuring the policies. This is how you will be opening the internet access. So yeah, we have seen that we have defined the interface IP addresses on the firewall. Then thereafter we have added a static route through a CLI. We have seen how you can add it through web GUI. We have seen that host DNS, so sorry, the DNS IP address, how you will configure. We have configured the rules over here. We have created internet access rule. We have performed the netting, and finally we have seen that we were not able to reach, but after doing the proper configuration for the anti-spoofing, we were able to reach the internet as well. We have seen the anti-spoofing concept as well. So the next thing which we are going to see is to how you will be opening access to your web server. Okay, over here when I talk about that opening the access to the web server, I mean to say that from the outside network you will be able to reach to your web server. So over here we will be doing a destination based NAT, or you can say a static NAT. So the one which we have done till now was basically a source based NAT, or you can say a dynamic net. Now, for accessing the web server from outside, the one which is in DMZ, we will be performing a static net, also called as destination based net. So I have a web server with me over here. Quickly, I will be turning on the web server or on this virtual machine. So guys, let's log into the web server over here. What I have done is I have created a web page over here just for the testing purpose. So how to create a web page, I will be adding in the description box, but let me show you what exactly I have done. And additionally, just I will show you what all the VM network configuration is there for this particular network. for this particular server. Sorry, it is connected to VMnet 2 as per our network design. You can see it is connected to VMnet 2. And let me show you the IP configuration as well for this server. It's 172.16.0.100. The subnet mask 255.255.255.0, and the gateway address is the DMZ interface address of the firewall. The IP address which we have configured on the checkpoint firewall, that is 172.16.0.200. So guys, this we haven't configured till now. We are going to configure now. Okay, we haven't configured the Ethernet 2. Let's go to the management station over here. Open the network design. Now we will be configuring Ethernet 2 on the firewall gateway. Let's go to the gateway over here and we'll log in. The command is set interface Ethernet 2 IP full address. It is 172.16.0.200. Subnet mask will be 255.255.255.0. Enter. And then we will turn the state to on. Set interface Ethernet to state on. And finally we'll save the configuration. So we have configured the Ethernet 2 IPv4 address, which is 172.16.0.200. Now what we are going to do is, let me show you the test page also, which I have created by browsing it locally over here in the server itself. Sorry, it's not HTTPS, it is HTTP port. This is the test page which I have created. It's simply a welcome to new network line written in the test page. So let's move to the management station. What we have done, we have configured the IPv4 address on Ethernet 2, which is 172.16.0.200. Now to allow the access from outside the network, the access to the web server, we have to create a policy, and of course we have to do a static NAT as well. We will create a policy above this. Let's say new rule above this, and the name we will give website access. The source will be any, because the website, when you are publishing over the public network over the internet, anyone can access. But yes, if you wish to restrict the access to certain geographical location, that is also possible. Simply you have to just click over here and you can define the geographical location from here. That I will show you later on in this tutorial, but for now let's say any, and the destination will be of course your DMZ server, sorry, your web server. So 172.16.0.100. Let's close this. Okay. It's not added. Okay, let me add it. I have to add a web server in the destination. Close it. Leave the VPN. We are going to open the HTTP port, right? We are going to publish this on port number 80. Let's open the HTTP port. The action will be accept the traffic, and then you have to log the traffic hits on this policy. No need to define the policy target. So after this, what we are going to do, we are going to perform the static NAT over here. Where is the policy? This one, right? On the web server, we have to do the netting for this. Let me take you to the network design again. See guys, anyone sitting outside your network want to access the DMZ server, right? So in this case, what we are going to do is, we will definitely, someone coming from the outside, the first point of contact will be the WAN interface. Okay, so we will be natting this with this particular IP address. But in a real environment, like whenever you ask for the public IP address from your internet service provider, it will give you a block of 8 IP addresses or 16 IP addresses. So, however, very first we will be netting with the WAN interface IP itself, but in real environment it is not possible, because you will be like, let's say you have a pool of 8 IP addresses starting from 200. So 200 is you have given to, or let's say 198. So 200 you have given to the WAN interface. Then you will be using 201 for some purpose, 202 for some purpose, and like let's say 205 for the web server, for this server. So you will be mapping with 205. But for the lab purpose, now we will do it with 200. Then again I will show you how you can map it through a public IP address, how you do in the real environment. So just let's do this first, which is practically in a real environment not possible. So we will say, we'll open this web server over here. We will click on natting over here. Just check this box, add automatic address rule, and click on static over here. And the IP for address, we will give the WAN interface IP address 0.200, install on CP gateway, and click OK. Once you are done with this, click on install policy. We'll publish and install the policy. And one more thing, when the person calling from outside to this particular service, definitely it won't be calling on the public network through a private IP address. The outsider, you will be using the public IP address. So this IP address, using this IP address, the outsider will call this a web server. Additionally, one more thing, anyhow, just for showing how the policy and the netting will work, I have added this, but later on, after this, I will show you in real environment how it will work. And later on, after that, once you have assigned the IP address, the domain and everything, that comes later on, that you have to take from the domain provider and everything, that is a different thing. But we over here we will work on the public IP address itself. Let's see if the policy is installed. Okay, click on install. So once the policy installed, we'll go outside of this VM and we will test it from outside if we are able to access the web server. So guys, our policy is installed successfully. Let's move out from here, and now we will go to the outside network and we will test if our policy is working as per. Let's open the browser, and over here we will be trying to access our web server to a public IP address 192.168.200, and you can see the site is accessible, right? Let's again move to our smart console over here, and then moving over here, it's a bit slow, guys. Some seems to be some performance issue since all the machines are working together at the same time. That's okay. So guys, over here, as I told you that we have created a rule, and even I told you that practically in the real environment, this is practically not possible, right? So because when we talk about the real environment over there, each and every public service have his own dedicated IP address, and that IP address is mapped to the domain. The mapping of the domain with IP address is a domain team job, that is something different. So now let's assume an example. You have a block of 8 IP address, among which 192.168.0.205 is one of the IP address which you will be using for this purpose, what we say, for the web server, and you will be mapping that 192.168.0.205 IP address with the web server, which is 172.16.0.100. Okay, so in that case, how the configuration will be? So in that case, guys, it will be quite simple. Let's create a new host object that will be the public IP address of the web server, and we'll give the name web server public. And we decided that the public IP address which we are going to use will be 0.192.168.0.205. Click on OK button. What we did, we have created a host object with the public IP address 192.168.0.205, which will be mapped to your web server which is in DMZ. Now we will change the natting and just double click on the web server, and you will say that static NAT only you will keep, and you will change the IP address to 205. Click on OK button. And guys, let me show you one more thing. When you have done such natting over here, that the natting will be reflected in the NAT section over here. You can see that the web server rule is being created and it is a static NAT. Okay, let's install the policy quickly. Publish and install. Install. And till the time this is installed, we will just have a quick overview on the logs. Like we have done a mapping with the WAN interface IP address, and we have tested that our website was accessible, right? So these are the logs generated. Two of the log entries I can see over here. Let's read the logs till the time the policy is installed, and we proceed with the testing of the new policy. So you can see it is saying the source IP address is 192.168.0.166, and the destination it is hitting to 192.168.0.200, and which match rule is there, the rule which is matching to this traffic hit, it will give you the detail for that as well. It is website access, and the layer is lab policy network action is accepted. So let's wait for this installation to complete, and we will be testing now using the public IP address which we have set for the web server, that is 192.168.0.205. So the policy is installed successfully. Let's move out of the VM again, and over here what we are going to do is we will be going with 2. So instead of this, we will change to 192.168.0.205. You can see that using this address, that is 192.168.0.205, which is the public IP address of the web server, we are able to access the website. Let's move over here again and we will just check the log hits for this as well. So you can see the entry for this as well now. Just double click over here to open it. And now you will see that the destination IP address was earlier 192.168.0.200. Now it is changed to the dedicated web server public IP address, which is 192.168.0.205. So guys, this is how you can publish the services over the internet. It is what I have shown is over here is HTTP. If you want to open HTTPS or any other services, FTP or anything, you can do it in the similar way. So guys, what I believe is the concept for publishing the services over the internet is much more clear to you now. And the next topic which we are going to start, the next topic will be identity awareness, and before that we will be going with the active directory integration. So now we will start with the active directory integration, and then we will look into the identity awareness. So let's quickly turn on the active directory server. For that we will just power off this because our web server topic is completed. Let me power off this so that there won't be much more load on the laptop. And let's power on the server now. So guys, our AD server is power on now and we will log into the server. Guys, just add a note that if you don't have a much more exposure to installation and configuration of Active Directory Server domain controller, I will be adding a link in the description box and you can refer that. Okay. So very first thing what we will do is we will verify the network configuration for the AD server, which is as per our network design. If you will see that our Active Directory server is connected to VMnet1 and has the IP address 10.1.1.50. Let's verify this. Just go to setting over here. You can see the network adapter of AD server is connected to VMnet1. Let me show you the IP address configuration as well. The IP address is 10.1.1.50/24 and the gateway is the LAN interface IP address of the security gateway. Moving out, we will move to the Smart Console and we will begin the configuration for the Active Directory integration. So the very first thing is you have to add the LDAP account unit. Click on New from the objects on the right side. Click on More, User Identity, LDAP account unit. Give the name of the LDAP account unit. I will say AD account unit. Rest all thing you will leave as default and you will move to next tab, that is servers. Over here we will be adding LDAP servers. Click on add button over here. Select the AD server from the drop down menu, and guys, if you remember, we have added this object when we were doing the initial configuration, the time when we were about to start with the policy configuration. Before that we have added the host and network object. At that time we have created this host object as well. Username, I will be using the administrator account for Active Directory integration. Login DN details, these details you will get from the AD server. Let's go to AD server over here, open the open the command prompt and run as administrator. And before I run this command, let me show you something what details exactly I need. So if I will take you to Active Directory users and computers. So guys, if you just take a note that I have added all the users in this group, user group, the default one. Okay. So what I will do over here, I will give the command ds query space group space name, the user group name, that is users, and you will get an output. This output you have to copy in login dn details. So for me it is user. If you have some other users where the users which you will be integrating for the Active Directory integration purpose for identity awareness, which we will be doing in the coming time, you can add that group. I have the default group, I am using this one. Simply copy this details and paste it over here. The administrator account password, and the next tab is encryption. If you are using encryption, just check this box and the encryption port will definitely change from 389 to 636. For me, I am not using encryption. I will keep the settings default and click OK. The next tab is object management. Over here, you can see the server to connect is AD server. We have only one server for our AD server, so it is showing only this one. Click on fetch branches and wait for some time. And if you see this, it means that you have successfully integrated your Active Directory and it is working fine. It is reaching, authenticating, everything is fine. This details proves that. And finally, there is authentication option. Allow authentication schemes. For now, we will say checkpoint password and OS password. Rest all we don't need, so we will just uncheck these things. Then you have option limit login failures. If you check this, you will see that you can enable a setting where a user account will be locked if he or she tries to log in for 3 consecutive failures. You can change the value from 3 to 5 or whatever you want as per your convenience. And additionally, it says that unlock the user account which was logged due to login failure after so many seconds. This setting you can keep it, and that's all. And you can click OK button. The second job is to add the Active Directory, that is LDAP group. Sorry, LDAP group. Click on more. Go to user identity. The first option is LDAP group. Earlier we added LDAP account unit, right? Now we are adding LDAP group. Give the LDAP group name. I will say AD group, and you have to just select this account unit, that is AD account unit, and keeping the settings all default. If you want that only subtree should be added, that is up to you, but the best practice is go with the all account unit users and click OK over here. Now, before we proceed further for the identity awareness configuration, basically identity awareness we will be using for allowing the internet access on the user based identity. So if you want that, you want to integrate the AD users, I mean you want to use the Active Directory users for allowing the internet access, that also we can do. But before we proceed, what we will do, we will install this policy and then we will proceed further. Click on install policy, publish and install, and click on install button. So guys, our policy is installed successfully now, and now we will proceed further. So the very first thing what we are going to do is going to gateways and server. Just double click on the checkpoint gateway over here, and we are going to enable the identity awareness blade over here, software blade for identity awareness. So guys, if you will see, you have an option for identity awareness, right? Just check this there. At the same time, let's enable, one second, let's enable the URL filtering also. What we did, we have enabled the URL filtering option. I will tell you why we have enabled the URL filtering later, but enable the URL filtering and enable the identity awareness blade as well. Over here, it is asking the identity awareness configuration method for acquiring identity. The first is AD query, and let's check the browser-based authentication also. Along with the activity integration, what we are going to do, if any user is using the is trying to access the internet through a browser, at that time we will say that a captive portal should be popped up for him. Okay, that also. So that's the reason we will check the browser-based authentication also, and we will finish it all together. Click on next. Select an active directory. Which active directory you need? So, guys, we will add our domain name over here, or you can add the IP address as well. Let's add the IP address of our AD server, username, password, and the domain control. Just I made one mistake over here. Domain name, you can give the name of the domain. For me, it is nodetworks.com, or you can simply say node networks, whatever you want. It's not the name, it's not only a domain name. Domain controller, I will say 10.1.1.50 and click on connect button over here. It says that successfully connected. Guys, the domain name is optional, whatever you want, you can give. I have given nodetworks.com, but it is only a name. You don't have to specify domain. Over there I did mistake, so I am repeating again that you can give the name. The main part is username, password, and the domain controller IP address, which for in our case, in our as per our network design, is 10.1.1.50. As you click connect, it is saying successfully connected. Then you can proceed further. Click on next button. If you will see that it is saying that browser based authentication setting, it is saying about the browser based authentication. To activate browser based authentication, define a rule with an access rule like the one below. So of course we have to create a identity awareness rule as well, rule for the ID awareness. It is saying that this will be the URL for the captive portal and all, which is 10.1.1.200/connect. The portal is accessible only through internal interface. We need for the internal interface only, and this setting is perfect. Click on next button over here. Now it says that identity awareness is now active. Add access role to the security policy, install the policy, browse to captive portal, view logs. Okay, click on finish button over here. And now it will take some time. Yeah, it is done. Let's go to identity awareness over here. From here, if you want to modify some setting, you can do it, like browser based authentication. Click on setting over here. It says that portal runs on this gateway access setting. Let's see what is access setting. The main URL is this one. Then you have a certificate. The portal user uses an auto generated certificate. You can also import your own certificate, and the portal is accessible from so and so interfaces. So this is the setting. If you want to change anything, I don't think that you need to change anything. Everything is perfect. Just close this. Then authentication settings you have over here. So you will see that authentication method is username and password. So the I think this is also perfect, and it is our requirement. Portal customization is one thing. Now if you want, like if you want to use your company logo, you can do so by just check this box and browse the pic, and you can put the company logo over here. And if you want the logo different for the mobile, that also you can do it by checking the box over here. So these are basically a small setting which is not like a mandatory to enforce the configuration proceed further, but it is an optional setting, you can say. Now when it comes to name and password login, click on setting. It is saying the access will be granted for 720 minutes. So by default the access will be granted for 720 minutes. If you want to change that, you can change that. Ask for user agreement. If you want to ask for user agreement, we will see for the unauthentication users, because this setting is basically for the authentication users, which means your AD users. Okay, now come to unregistered guest login. What it is, guys? Definitely, if there is some user coming from outside, a guest coming from outside, want to access the internet, now you are enabling the identity awareness, like only those people who are having a AD account user will be able to access. So what about the unregistered users? So you can enable that as well. So just click on unregistered guest login, click on setting button over here, and you can define that access will be granted for how many minutes. You can, instead of like 180 minutes, you can say okay, I want to go for 60 minutes. So only for 60 minutes it will be there. Then ask for user agreement. You can see that this is the user agreement which will be shown, or else if you want to customize the agreement, that also you can do, and you can just change the things over here. And then moving on, once the user says on the portal that I am not a registered user, it will say what all fields you need. Like the portal, when we will see, you will realize that it will have name, company name, email address. If you want to add phone number, just check this box, and even the phone number over there will be shown. Apart from that, if you want to add some extra field, that also you can do it from typing over here and click on add button over here. So finally, just what you have to do is click on OK, and this settings will come into the picture. There is one more setting. If you will have a look over here, that logout of you use logout users when they close the portal browser. So if the user closes the like a user is login, okay, once he log in through a captive portal and the user is accessing the internet, if he closes the browser, the internet access will be revoked. That setting also you can do it by checking the box over here. If you don't check this box, even the user closes the browser, he will be able to access the internet till the time it is enabled. If it is for 1 hour, it will be enabled for 1 hour, and so on. So this is all about the setting. What you can do, click on OK button over here, and then finally you have Active Directory query setting. This we have done. Okay, click on OK button, and guys, once this is done, we will install the policy before we create an access role and proceed with the rules configuration. Publish and install over here. So as you can see, the policy is installed successfully now. No, it's not. I have done a mistake. Okay, click on install button. So guys, our policy is installed successfully now. Now we will proceed with the configuration of the access role. So to create an access role, what you have to do, click on new over here, then go to more, and then user identity, and the second option is access role. Over here, what you have to do is you will give the name, ID awareness, then okay, this setting you can keep for now default any network. Click on user, just click on specify user, plus button over here, and over here you can see that nodnetworks.com, the domain name which we have given over there. Okay, and you have to select which all user you will be using for the ID awareness. So just let me take you to the Active Directory, guys, and over here I have created a group over here. It's power off. Okay, let me power on. Maybe due to some reason my Active Directory server went down. Let me power it on again, and then we will continue. Let's wait. It is power on. So guys, our server is power on now. I need to show you one small thing. Like I have created a user group. which we will be using for our identity awareness part. Like using that group users, we will be allowing the internet access. So let me take you to the server manager tools, activity users and computers, even how to add this group and all. I will be adding the tutorial for that as well. You can refer that. See, there is a group CPID group. This is the group which we will be using for the identity awareness. The user in this group, we are going to give the internet access for this users only, and we have created a CPID group, a group with the name CPID. Okay, just going to management station over here in the smart console. Okay, oh, a specific group, click plus button over here, under new networks, just search for CPID group, and this is the group. You have chosen this group. Rest all things we will leave it as default for now, and click on OK button. Once you are done with this, go to security policies, and over here in the security policies we are going to create a rule. So what we will do, we will just disable this rule for now, the open internet access rule which is there, since we have only one machine and we have created a rule on the same machine. So let's disable this, and we will create one rule above this. We are going to give the name of this rule as ID awareness rule, and the source which we are going to select is the access role which we have recently created now, that is ID awareness, this one. Destination, switch to any. The services and application, we need HTTP, HTTPS and DNS for the internet access. Let's drag it over here. The action will be accept. Just click over here on the more button to add the captive portal. Just check this box, enable identity captive portal, and click OK, so that on this group you will get a captive portal as well. Why it is not check? Okay, log the traffics, and finally we will install the policy. Click on publish and install. So click on install, and we will wait for the policy to be installed. So guys, our policy is installed successfully. Let's verify the configuration. We will open the browser over here. So guys, over here, let's browse some website, and you can see it is not reaching, right? So the reason is we have to open the capture portal first. We have to log in through a Active Directory user. Let's use one of the user, which is IT underscore admin, and we'll log in. So you can see that you are able to log in through a AD user, which is IT underscore admin. And now we will try to browse the internet. And the internet access is provided to this user. Even this is working for you. Let's log out from here and let's see the setting which we have done, that if the user log out, then in that case the access should be revoked, right? I have log out from here, and let's browse some website. And again you can see you are not able to reach because we have log out from here. Till the time we were login, we were able to access. Let's regain the access. Click on regain the access to the network. Enter the password for your AD user, and now try to refresh the page for the gmail.com. Even this was stuck because in between the page was loading, we have disconnected. That's the reason it was loading. Now you can see that even the Gmail is accessible. So guys, this is how your identity awareness work. You can provide the internet access to your user using the Active Directory account. Let me close this now. Now let's assume that if you want to give access to your guest user, how you will do that? So if the user, the guest user is there, or the user which don't have the AD account and all, in that case, for him also the same page will be displayed for the captive portal. You have to click over here. I don't have a username and password. Then after, what you have to do, you have to provide the name. Like let's provide the name ABC, company name, email address test@test.com. Phone number is however optional. Click on login. If you remember, we have enabled the user agreement for the unauthenticated user, right? So it is saying that I have agreed the user terms and condition, and even terms and condition are shown the same one which we have seen over there. Click on next button over here, and now over there when we were authenticating through Active Directory account, we were getting a time of 720 minutes. But in our case over here, we have set that only for 1 hour, so it is sent for it is set for 1 hour only. So basically, for unauthenticated user also we have seen, and now if you will browse, your internet access will be working for unauthenticated user as well. So guys, this is how your Active Directory integration will work when you want to enable the identity awareness rules and all. Moving on, let's check the logs as well. Guys, if you will just click on this rule, you will get the logs for this rule over here on the downside. So let's take one of the log from here. And you can see that it is giving you the detail that the source was the management station and IT underscore admin was the user who has accessed the internet. Apart from that, it gives you more detail about the destination, then what kind of netting has taken place. It gives you the detail overview of the traffic, access rule name, access rule number, match rule details. So each and everything you will get it details. So I believe the things are very much clear to you now, that how the Active Directory is integrated, then how you will be using the Active Directory users to provide the internet access through a checkpoint, how the browser-based authentication will work, what is captive portal. So if you have any question on this topic, also you can just as usual write me in the comment box, and I will try my best to reply to your queries as soon as possible. And now let's begin to the next topic. So guys, let's move to the next topic, in which we will be seeing how you can take the backup. But I believe that before we discuss about the backup and we do the configuration, I think we should discuss on the rule management. We will group the rule, and it is very important to put the rule at the right place. And one small topic which we have missed out, guys, if you remember when we were uh, doing the configuration for the website access, this particular rule, this rule we have created so that the user sitting outside will be able to access the website over the public network, the website which we have kept in the DMZ. So any user sitting outside will be able to access the web server which is in DMZ using the rule which we have configured. So if this particular user, the management station whose IP address is 10.1.1.100, which is in internal LAN, want to access, if it has internet access, then it will be going outside to the internet, then it will be coming to the DMZ. It is not a good practice since it is your internal machine itself, the DMZ. So this particular management station should be able to access the DMZ in this route. It should go to Ethernet 0, then Ethernet internally it should be accessible. So for that, by default, LAN to DMZ rule is not there, and by default, the LAN to DMZ traffic communication is not possible. So you have to create a rule for LAN to DMZ. Let's do the configuration as per the recommended practice. So what we will do, we will just first try to access the website, and let me show you that it won't be accessible. 172.16.0.100. 172.16.0.100 is our web server IP, and you can see that it doesn't have any rule, and now it is taking you to the captive portal, understanding this particular IP is somewhere on the internet side, and this is not correct. So of course we have to create a rule for this. Now let's minimize this over here, and we will go to our smart console to create a necessary rule. We will create a rule above this ID awareness. Right click, new rule above, and let's give the name of this rule as LAN to DMZ rule. Source, it can be a specific machine, or you can define the entire internal LAN, because each and every user in the internal LAN will be accessing the website, right? So internal network. Destination, for now we will say web server. And whenever you are doing the thing, such things, whenever you are opening the access to the DMZ for the LAN, you should be very much cautious, and you should restrict the access as much as you can. It is the best practice. You should only open the things only which is required. we have opened the destination web server. Service and application, it will be HTTP, because to open the web access, HTTP, in our case HTTP is enough. So let's drag this. Action will be accept, log the traffic, and let's install the policy. And guys, one more reason why that when the rule was not there, why it has taken to us to the captive portal. One of the reason is that in destination we have defined any. If we would have defined internet, then in that case definitely it would have not taken at least to the captive portal over there. So that's fine. Anyhow, we have to create a rule. So we have created a rule, and now we will test it. The policy is installed successfully. Let me open the browser, and let's put the IP address over here for the DMZ server. And you can see now the website is accessible from the internal LAN, that is our management station. So guys, this is how you will be configuring a rule for the internal to DMZ, and you will be opening only those things whichever is required. And now moving further, we will see how we can group the rules. Before that, just let me close the web server because it is now no more required for now. Okay, so we'll see how we can group the rule. So as you can see, the first and second rule, right? Management rule and stealth rule. This will be always above, and you can just add a section over here, section title above. The section title is basically to remember. Now you have hundred of rules, so if they are in the line, so it will be difficult for you to understand, right? So in that case, you can add a section and group it. So let's say we will say management policies. Now it has taken 1 to 7, but as soon as you will add a rule over here, it will be adjusted automatically. So one and two was a management rule, basically to provide access to your gateway and all, right? Let's bring all the access rule. I mean, like a web access and all the rules on the top. So the website access rule is the one, right? The number three rule is, let's give the name web access policies. That's fine. Okay. Then we have identity awareness and internet access rule, right? Let's take this above for now, and we will add a section title, ID awareness policies. Then we have an internet access rule. Let's take it up. Okay, add the section, and we will say internet access policy. Name whatever name you want to give, you can give it. It's up to you. Let's say LAN to DMZ policies, implicit deny policy. So guys, basically this is how you will add a section above the rules, and you can just manage the rules so that it will be easy for you. Now there are, let's say, hundred of policies, so if it is in group, you can just read the section. Yes, this particular rule, if you are searching, like let's say LAN to DMZ rule, so all the LAN to DMZ rule will be in this section. Internet access policies, so all this will be in this section. So in this way it will be easy for manage it. Basically it gives you ease to manage. Let's install the policy, publish and install. Install button, and we will wait for the policy to install successfully. It is installed successfully. Now we will move to our topic, which is backups. So as I told you just some time before, guys, there are three ways you can backup. The very first thing is, let's discuss about the database revision. So guys, if you remember, if you are doing any kind of configuration, let's say for example, let me do a small change over here. Let's enable this rule for now. As soon as you enable this, what you do is you will either publish, or you will say install and publish. So here also, first it will publish and then it will install, right? Let's click on install policy and publish and install over here. So you are seeing one thing over here, like total changes from the installation, one changes for the one session. If you click this over here, you will find that there is something called revision, right? So what is this? Whenever you are doing, and there is a name also, if you will see, I will take you over there, but just see publish time name. It is saying the change file name. It is saying admin 8/25/2022, and it is giving you details also. So basically, what is happening over here, guys? Whenever you are doing any changes, you are saving it and pushing the policy towards the gateway. As soon as you change it, definitely it will be a file created and it will be saved somewhere, right? So let me take you there. Let's click on install policy for now. So whatever changes you are doing over here, it is saved somewhere. So let's see where it is saved. Go to manage and settings over here. It is installed now, and I will show you like where it is saved. So going to manage and setting, just click this sessions. Under this you will find revisions. So if you will see that this list is basically the changes which all you have done till now. If you remember, just sometime before we have added a section. So there was a huge changes we have done. We have added multiple sections. So total there were 21 changes in that particular one file which is saved. So this is giving changes from revision 21. Then we have enable the rule, that was one change, so it is saying one change. And if you remember, this was the file name, right? Admin at the rate 82522. So this is the name, and this is the change which you have done now. So this is called database revision. Basically this is also a kind of backup which will be helpful to you. I will show you for further. And just let's have a setting, a small setting is there over here, advanced. Going to advanced session management, we will look when we will be doing a traffic monitoring at that time. But now you will see session name and description. You can define like whenever the session is generated. For now it is saying administrator name, which is admin plus date you have to give, it is coming. If you want to change the file name format, that you can define over here, or if it is default also, there is no harm in it. So guys, let's see how this database revision which is saved, this kind of backup is helpful to us in a real environment. Let me take you to the security policies over here, and before that let me show you that This is the revision number which is done 925. Now guys, till now everything was working fine for you. You have done some small change over here. The change has impacted your network. Now what let's delete this policy, internet access rule. Everything was working fine. Accidentally you deleted this, or unknowingly you deleted this policy, and what you did, you have installed the policy, publish and install. And as soon as you have deleted this policy, you can see there is no internet access policy, right? No rules, because you have deleted it. As soon as you have deleted it, the problem started in your network. Now you're not able to recognize that what exactly was the issue, but you remember that you have done some changes, and due to that the issue started. And whenever when you have deleted this, of course, and you have installed the policy, at that time the database revision file would have been created, right? So let's again go to manage and setting. I will show you how this is helpful, the database revision, how you can restore using a database revision, that I will show you. So guys, up to this changes everything was working fine. As soon as you did this changes where you have deleted the policy accidentally, this policy I'm talking about, internet access policy, that is for management station to internet, your internet is stopped. Now it's difficult for you to troubleshoot that what exactly you have done. So over here database revision control is very much helpful. So when you go to database revision over here, you remember that up to here this was working fine, but as soon as you have done this change, the problem started. So simply what you have to do, just the revision till where it was working fine, till the last revision which was saved, everything was working fine. Go over there and right click, then go to action and click on revert to this revision. By doing so, basically guys, the configuration will be reverted to the previous working state. The steps you have to follow: click next, click next, click on revert button over here. It will take a minute or 2 minute for processing, so till that time you have to wait guys. And once it is done, it will ask you to it will not ask, it will restart the smart console. You have to log in again. And similar to how the policy installation process is shown, similarly when it is reverting to the specific revision, that also process it is shown over here. So the revert operation finished successfully. Click on finish button. Press OK to restart smart console. OK. Let's log into the smart console. And to verify that our database revision, the reward operation is successful, what we will do, we will go to security policies again, and we should be able to find the policy which we have deleted, right? And guys, you can see this was the policy which we have deleted, and using the database revision, we are able to successfully restore that. So this is how, guys, the database revision control works in Checkpoint. It is a kind of backup, like you have accidentally deleted the host and object, or let's say a policy, then that you will be able to recover. So this is a small kind of backup. Apart from that, we have two different more types of backup. One is system backup, and another one is the image snapshot of the entire appliance. So very first we will see the how you will take the snapshot of the appliance, and then we will be moving to the system backup. So I will show you how you will take the system backup through a web GUI as well as through the CLI. So the very first thing what we have to do is we will be opening the web GUI over here, and we will be accessing the firewall, that is security gateway 10.1.1.200. We'll log in through a web GUI. First, let's see image snapshot, how you will take the snapshot of your entire appliance. Then we will come to system backup. So guys, from the left pane over here, when you will scroll down under the section maintenance on the left pane, you will find an option for snapshot management and system backup. First, let's see what is snapshot, how it will work. Click on snapshot management over here, and you will see that you have a snapshot management page over here, and thereafter you have a statistic that what is the free space at present, or how much it is occupied and all. So you will click on new button over here to take the snapshot management. It is asking you to create an image of the current running system. You can revert to this image at a later time. Name, you can say IMG 25082022. Description, if you want, you can give it, is optional. Click on OK button. As soon as you do so, it will start to create a snapshot, and you can see it is processing. It will take bit time. Till that time we will pause the video for the better experience. So guys, our snapshot is successfully created for this machine. So what is the purpose? What you are going to do is, this is snapshot, you will just select this and you'll click on export button over here, and click on export image, start export. What will happen, see, I don't have a space in my machine and all, that's the reason it is not allowing me. But in the real environment, when you will be working, what you have to do, just select this and click on export button. The file will be a snapshot file for this particular machine will be downloaded for you, and once that is done, you can delete it from here to reduce the what we can say, the storage for from locally. That will boost the performance, because it is not even good practice that such a big file which is of around 7.56 GB, you have to keep it over here. You can just export it, you can save it to your storage or somewhere, and you can delete it from here. Now in case if the some OS level issue or something has happened, and in that case, if you want to restore the entire image itself, so using a snapshot management, what you have to do, you have to simply click on import button over here, and then you will be still browsing the file. from the path where you have kept, wherever you have kept this snapshot, and thereafter what you will do, you will simply click on import button, and in this way you will be able to import it. And once it is imported locally over here, you have to click the revert button. Once it is imported, similarly it will be shown like this under this page, and then you have to click on revert, and you will be able to revert to this snapshot. This is one thing. This is how manually you will do it. Additionally, you can schedule a snapshots by just checking this button, activate, deactivate. Now the snapshot name, it will be target method, minimum snapshot limit, each weekend, so on. This also is possible. Apart from that, let's move to the system backup. This is how the snapshot management works, guys. Now coming to the system backup. System backup, over here you can back up the system. Definitely it won't be a snapshot but a backup of the entire system. So let's say for example, if you want to take the backup over here, also there are two options: manual backup, you can take, or you can schedule the backup. Let me show you how you can schedule the backup, then we will come over here on the backup. Click on add schedule backup over here, and then you have to give the name of the backup. Once you give, then you have an option backup type, whether you want to backup into this appliance locally, or you want to send the backup to the management server, or you have a SCP server where, and the path where you want to send, using FTP you can take, or a TFTP you can take. So it's up to you. You have to give the backup name, then you have to schedule the backup, whether it is daily, weekly, or monthly, and accordingly you have to define the parameters. So this is the way you can schedule the backup. And I will show you one thing, that how you will backup and how you will restore the backup, right? Let's click on backup over here. Now it is asking you that whether you want to backup locally, that is the backup you want to make in this appliance itself within the gateway. It will be using the storage of the gateway, or you want to send it to the management server. Then in that case you have to put the username and password of the management server, and it will send it to the management server, which is this one, cpmg empty machine. Or you have a scp server, ftp server, tftp server. These all options you have. So for now we will say, since we don't have scp server, ftp server for now, and we don't want to send it to management, we will say I want to backup this locally in the local appliance, right? So select this option, this type, and click on backup button over here, and you will see the backup will start now. It will take some time to create a backup, and it has created the backup now. Click on OK button. Now this backup is created. Similarly, how you can export the image snapshot which we have seen. This is a small, it is 46.89 MB only. We can export this as well. Let's export this. You are about to export the backup file and download it to your computer. Click, are you sure you want to continue? Click on OK button. Now guys, we have already taken the backup, right? And it is saved in our machine as well. It's still going on. It's downloading. Let it complete. Okay, it is downloaded now, and you can see this, right? Now, since we have already taken the backup, and in real environment definitely you will be keeping it on your some secure storage or somewhere. This backup is now no more required, right? Let's delete it from here, because why unnecessary use the space of your firewall and reduce the processing and all. So let's delete it from here. We have already taken the backup now. Okay, deleted. Now how this backup will be useful for you. Now accidentally, let's say you have deleted some static route or something from here. We will check it, we will verify each and everything. We'll do one thing. This is the static route, right? Let's delete this static route from now, from here. Click on OK button. It's saying this may lose the connectivity issue and all. You have deleted. And let's remove this DNS also from here. Let's remove the DNS also from here. Okay, going to host and DNS. Configuration log expired. Okay, let's obtain the log. And what we will do, we will remove the DNS also from here, and let's apply. We have removed the static route also. Okay, so now what has happened, you have deleted this thing. Now let's say how you will restore it. The question is how you will restore it. So guys, it is very simple. You will go to system backup, and going to system backup, the very first thing you will click on import button, and then you will browse the file. You will locate the file where it is in the download, and this is the one, right? Click on import button, and once it will be imported, then you will restore it. So this is the file now where which we have to export it. Now we have imported to the local machine, and once it is done, then we will click on a restore button over here. It is saying that you are about to restore your system to the backed up state. This will require restarting your machine. Are you sure you want to proceed? It will restart your machine. Click on OK button over here, guys, and it will take some time, and once it is imported successfully, the machine will restart. Then we will see what all thing we have deleted. It should be recovered. Restore will may take some time, so we will wait, and once it is restored, then it will reboot. It will add some more time, so let's wait. And then once this is done, we will be doing similar thing using a CLI as well. We will see that how using a command line you can add the backup, and how you can restore the backup. So guys, I believe that the machine is must have been rebooted till now. Let's just refresh the page once. Let's wait for some more time. Maybe like some services might be starting in the backend for the gateway. Let's wait for some more time. Let's refresh once again. I think like the machine is up now. Okay, so we are back to the login page now. It's still taking some time. Let's wait, guys. It will take some time because the booting process will take around 5 to 7 minutes. So anyway, we have to wait. We get the login page, then we will verify that whatever we have reverted is successfully done. So guys, now we got a login page over here. Usually it was restored and it went to reboot. It took some time. It will take some time for you as well. Let's log in now and verify that whatever we have deleted just for the testing purpose, and when we have restored the backup, whether it is successfully restored or not. So going to host and DNS over here, you will see these are the entries which we removed. Now it is back, and static route which we have removed is also back now. So guys, this is how you will be able to add the backup. You can restore the backup locally or remotely. Now in the backup, the last one thing which is remaining is how to take the backup using a command line. You can see now over here, you have a backups now over here. So now moving on, let's go to the CLI over here. The very first command is over here. You will see that the lock is acquired because we have logged in through a web GUI. Let's acquire the lock first. We have acquired the lock using a command log database override. The command to see the backup is show backup. Sorry, show backups. It will give you the list of backups which you have in the system. Now, guys, if you want to take the backup of your appliance, the command will be add backup local. You can define like whether you want to send it where like if you have seen in the web GUI, you can add a backup locally, or you can set it to FTP. So there are many options, right? So you can say add backup local, and to check the status, the command is show backup status. It is in progress. It is saying that it is in progress. And if you remember, when you have seen the list of backups earlier using a command show backups, it has shown you two backups, right? Now you have to identify which backup you have taken. Now that you can identify using a date and time, let's again check the status. It is still in progress. Now it is saying the backup is processed and it is finished successfully. It is completed, right? Now guys, what till now what we have done, we have seen the first command, that was show backups. That has shown us the list of backups. If you will see now again the same command, it is showing you three backups. Earlier it was showing two backups, right? Now it is showing three backups over here. First thing. Second thing, you have seen that how you can add the backup. The command was add backup local. It has added a backup for you. It has taken the backup for your machine. Then to check the status of the backup going, the command we have uses show backup status. Now the last command in this backups and all is to how you will restore the backup, right? Now the question comes, you have three backups, how you will identify? You can identify using a date and time. If you will see the backup which you have taken recently, okay, it will give you the 25th of August 2022, and the one is having the timing like, you can see the timing over here, 21:45:13:22:00:13 and 22:08:27. So the top one is the latest one which you have taken. By the time you can recognize, you can see that CP gateway 25 August 2022. Then the next is timing. So you have the three backups, and if you will see the timing, the top one has the recent timing. So you using this, you can recognize that this is the one which you have recently taken the backup. Now if you want to restore using a CLI, then the command will be set backup restore once you double tap over here, it will give you that how you want to restore FTP local management. Since we have taken the backup locally, you will say local, set backup, restore local. Again, double tap over here, it will give you the list of backup now, and it has added a name also. Starting the prefix is same. Now thereafter, it has taken the prefix up to where it was same. Now you want to add the backup, which one? The first one, right? So August 25 August 2022, you will say 22. Once you say 22 again, it will give you two, because first one, the third one is 2145. You can see it has now again asked you that amongst these two which you have to take. It's a bit confusing, but using a time you can recognize. So now 2200 is also the old one. 2208 is the latest one. Just type 8 and tab key, then it will take the full name and hit enter button over here. It is saying that after the restore operation is completed, the system will restart itself. Similarly, when you was doing web GUI, it has restored and then the system restarted itself. It didn't ask you whether you want to reboot. It started itself. Over here also, once it is done, the system will restart itself. Once the checkpoint gateway is restarted, your backup will be restored. So, guys, in the backup section, what all things we have seen? We have seen that there are three different types of backup. The first one is database revision. Like whenever you are doing any changes in the policy, you are adding a host object or a network object, what it is done, it is adding a file over there which is called a database revision file. So using that file, what you can do, if accidentally you have deleted a host object or anything or a policy, in that case you can restore using the database revision control. First thing. Second thing, we have seen you can take the entire snapshot, the OS level backup, everything you can take in that. So if in case anything is corrupted, straight away you can restore the snapshot using a snapshot management option. And the system backup, which is basically a traditional backup which each and every firewall has, the backup configuration. So we, in the backup configuration, we have seen again two things. The number one was how you can restore, add the backup, how you can schedule the backup. There are several options to backup. We have seen through a web GUI where we have taken the backup, exported it to local machine, deleted the local backup file, then we have imported the file into the checkpoint firewall using a web GUI, and we have restored. The machine restarted, it took some time, and then we saw that our web GUI console was accessible. We have logged into the web GUI, and then we have seen the entries which we have deleted for testing purpose was restored. And finally, using a CLI also, we have seen that four commands. The first command was show backups, to see the list of backups in the system. The second command which we have seen is to add the backup, and we have used the command add backup local to take the backup locally, and show backup status to check the status which is going on, the backup which is going on. And finally, set backup restore and the path, that is local, and then providing the path, the file name to restore the backup. These all things we have seen. So guys, this is all about the backup and restore using a different techniques. And we will conclude this topic over here, and let's move to the another topic. Guys, in this tutorial, we will be configuring HTTPS inspection. So before we proceed with the configuration, we will have a brief discussion on HTTPS inspection, then we will proceed with the configuration. So guys, what is HTTPS inspection? HTTPS inspection is the process of checking encrypted web traffic. So in the earlier days of the internet, traffic was sent over HTTP in plain text. This means nothing was encrypted, and if someone intercepted traffic, all of its data was exposed. So with HTTPS, the secure version of HTTP, traffic is encrypted. The client and server goes through a process of back and forth communication to establish a secure connection. HTTPS protects internet traffic from being monitored by unauthorized parties. However, it can also help bad actors hide their attacks. So HTTPS encrypts and obscures every kind of data, whether it is a person's banking data or a malware from an attacker. So this is a place where HTTPS inspection comes into the role. So in Checkpoint Firewall, during the time of HTTPS inspection, as you can see over here on the screen, Checkpoint Firewall sets up the two SSL connections. Over here it is TLS, right? It's one and the same thing almost. So it sets up the two SSL connections, one to the server, one to the server, and one to the client, as you can see. From the client's perspective, it is connecting directly to the server with no intermediary. The traffic is instead redirected to the checkpoint product. So any traffic initiated, HTTPS traffic initiated, is redirected to the checkpoint product, checkpoint firewall for HTTPS inspection, which is impersonating the website. So the checkpoint firewall has the ability to view, alter, and block the content. So by doing this, what are the benefits you will gain? So guys, HTTPS inspection provide you greater visibility into network traffic and potential risks, a higher chance of blocking malicious attacks on an organization's network, an increased ability to enforce company security policies. Just add a note that HTTPS inspection goes by many names, which includes SSL inspection, TLS inspection, TLS break and inspect, and HTTPS interception. So this was all about the short brief discussion on HTTPS inspection. Now we will be moving to our configuration. Let's go to Smart Console over here and we will begin with our configuration. So the very first step for configuring the HTTPS inspection is you have to enable the HTTPS inspection, right? So guys, just double click on Checkpoint Gateway over here. And of course, for HTTPS inspection, you will require a URL filtering blade to be enabled. So let's enable the URL filtering blade as well over here. And then we will move to HTTPS inspection. From the left side, if you'll see HTTPS inspection, just open this. You will see that please follow these steps in order to enable HTTPS inspection. Step number 1, it is saying create or import an outbound CS certificate for HTTPS inspection. So guys, if you have a certificate with you, you can simply click on import button and from the place you can locate it and proceed. Since we don't have a certificate with us now, we will create a certificate. So click on create button over here. It is giving you issued by the domain name. So we will give www.noornetworks.com. You can give your domain name whatever you want. What is your domain name? You can give that. For me, it is www.noornetworks.com. Then you have to just generate a key and remember this because it will be required for future references. I will just retype OK and validity we will keep as default and we will click on OK. As soon as you click OK, it has started to create a certificate. It is creating a certificate now. And you can see that step number 1, outbound CS certificate was created successfully. Now it is saying you either view certificate or export certificate. The very first thing, we will view certificate and install it in our local machine. From here itself, you can install it in your local machine, which is our management station. I will click on install certificate and keeping the settings default, keep next, 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 and finish. The import was successful. Okay, and click OK. Export certificate, click on export certificate and you can save this certificate in your PC somewhere. Let's give the name CP firewall certificate. CP firewall certificate, click on save button and it will be saved to your desktop. So guys, basically why we have exported and saved it, you can just install this certificate in your Active Directory and you can distribute to your clients from Active Directory. And finally, you will just check this button, enable HTTPS inspection, and click on OK. So that's all. Just let me cross verify if we have enabled the URL filtering. Yes, we have. Okay. Before we proceed with the rules configuration, we will install the policy over here. Whatever changes we have made, we will save it and push it to the gateway. Publish and install. Our policy package is lab policy and click on install button. The policy installation has started. We will wait till it is successfully installed. Okay, it is installed. Now we will proceed to the rules configuration. What we have done, we have enabled the HTTPS inspection and followed the steps. So for configuring the rules, you will go to security policies. On the left pane, if you will see over here, just wait for the page to load. Okay, these are your access control policies, right? It's still loading. Okay, these are your access control policies. On the left side, if you will see HTTPS inspection, and you will see a policy, right? You have to click this under HTTPS inspection policy, and you will see you already have one predefined rule, right? Before we create rule, just I will explain you a small thing, guys. Whenever you are doing HTTPS inspection, you know what the firewall does. It act as a man in the middle where it inspect the encrypted traffic, right? So now for any traffic going, it will inspect. But the problem comes when it is a banking site. You have like a confidential details and all, and definitely it is not even a recommended practice that you inspect the traffic for the financial. I mean, for the banking sites and all. So for that, we will be adding one more policy. So I will show you. Very first, we will be using the same predefined rule, and we will be configuring this policy for the HTTPS inspection. So the name, let's keep predefined rule. Source can be any, destination is internet. Services, what we are going to do is we will be adding HTTPS over here, only HTTPS, because it is HTTPS traffic which we want to inspect, right? We will remove this group, whatever it is. Category, you have to keep any because you have to inspect for each and all. Action, we will keep inspect. Track will be log the action, all the blades, and install on your checkpoint firewall. So what we have done by configuring this rule, we said that for any source with the destination going to the internet on the port number HTTPS, that is 443, for any category, inspect the traffic. And we have to exclude the banking site now, right? We will create one bypass rule above this. Let's give the name as bypass rule. It will be similar. Source will be any, destination is internet, and the service is HTTPS. Let's remove this. And the main change what you have to do over here is you have to define a category, right? You have to define a category, and over, sorry guys, actually it got minimized. Okay, you have to define a category, and the category which you have to bypass, you will search for financial services. This is the one which you have to bypass from the inspection, right? And in the action, you will say bypass. Track, you will log the traffic and install on checkpoint gateway. So let me again, once again repeat what we did. We defined a predefined, we have configured a predefined rule, not configured, so done some changes in the predefined rule. We said that source can be any, destination is going to the internet, service is HTTPS. For any category, inspect the traffic, which traffic, HTTPS traffic, and log the whatever hits are coming on this policy, log it and install it on Checkpoint gateway as usual. And then we were interested that we should not inspect the banking institution traffic, banking sites, so we created one bypass rule. The bypass rule is source is any, destination is internet, the port is HTTPS. Which category you want to bypass? It is financial services. Action is bypass, and again we have logged that rule and install on Checkpoint. Finally, we are going to install this policy, publish and install. The package is lab policy and click on install button. So the policy is successfully installed, and this is how, guys, you will be configuring the HTTPS inspection in the Checkpoint firewall. So if you like my video, please subscribe to my YouTube channel and do share with. So before we proceed with the configuration, let me give you a brief what we are going to do in this tutorial. We will be creating a rules to either allow a specific website or application or to block. So in order to create a rule, we will be either creating a customized URL and we will test the rule, and additionally we will be using the pre-configured categories which are available in the Checkpoint to block or allow a specific site or application. This testing we will be doing one by one. Very first, we will be using our IP addresses, the source host, where we will be defining the IP addresses of the LAN PCs, and we will test how the policy works. And in the second phase of the same tutorial, over here we will be testing the policies using a username, that is identity awareness. We will be defining the users on the source and we will check the policy. So basically we will be doing a filtering on the IP address basis as well as user based. Let's begin with the configuration. So in order to begin with the configuration, the very first thing which you will be doing is you will be enabling the software blade as per your requirement. Just double click over here on the Checkpoint gateway and you have to enable application control and URL filtering. But if you remember in our previous tutorial when we were doing a lab on identity awareness, we have enabled this filter to proceed further, right? So now what we did, we have just checked the application control box and URL filtering was checked from before. Click on OK. Once this is done, the second thing what you have to do is you will click on menu over here, then go to manage policies and layers, and we are configuring a policy. This is lab policy. We are adding the rules and configuring in the lab policy. So we will edit this lab policy over here and just double click in this blank space of blades, and we will check this application and URL filtering box, and this box as well. Multiple policies and rules can use this layer. Click OK and then click again OK. Close this. Go to security and policies. Now we will start configuring the rules over here. Okay, but before that let me show you. We went to the menu over here and then we went to manage and policies. The same thing you can do it from here as well. Just right click on this policy and edit policy. Since you are in the lab policy itself, it will allow you to edit the lab policy from here. This is also option from where you can edit it, and you can just double click and check this option which is already checked, right? Close this. So till our previous tutorial, this all were the rules which we have created till now, right? So before we proceed, what I'm going to do, very first we are going to test the policies using a source based IP addresses. So let's take this down. We'll bring the internal rule, that is the rule for management station to network up. We will be disabling this rule. and we will enable this rule. This is not a part of our tutorial since we have done this changes till our earlier tutorial. So in order to proceed further, we have done these changes. We have taken the rule up and disable and all. We are preparing for the policy configuration now. Lab policy install. Guys, if you can see, my licenses are going to expire. The one which we downloaded, the Gaia OS, that is basically a trial version given by Checkpoint for 15 days. So since it is going to expire, it is giving me this warning. Okay, click on install policy. And let's wait till the policy is successfully installed. It's taking some time, so anyhow we have to wait till the installation is successful. So guys, as you can see now, the installation is successful and we will proceed with the configuration further. I minimize it by mistake. Let me maximize it. Okay. So what we did till now, just let me quickly repeat. The very first thing, we have enabled the URL filtering and application control blades. Then we have edited the lab policy and we have just checked the application and URL control box. And now we are going to start with the policy. Now in between, what we did, that was just to, you know, disable the things which we have done previously and not in use now. So at present, what is the scenario? You are having one rule which is being configured to reach till internet for the management station. Okay. So if you will see, this is our lab scenario. This is our network design. So using this rule, the rule number 3, that is internal rule, you will be able to reach to the internet from the management station, right? Let's verify this thing very first. I will say I will go to facebook.com, for example. And you can see I am able to reach to the internet. The facebook.com, it's opening for me. Let's browse some other sites as well, like the google.com. It is reaching. So in short, I'm able to reach the internet. Now what we are going to do, even you have seen that the Facebook was reachable. The very first thing what we are going to do is, we will be configuring a rule where we will define that for this particular management station, I want to block facebook.com. And guys, just add a note that over here I have only one management station, so I am only configuring a rule for the management station IP address. But at the same time, if you want to define the rule for the entire LAN, you can do so by adding a network. So what you are going to do is, instead of management station over here, you will be adding the entire internal LAN over here. Okay. So it's up to you as per your requirement. Now, in order to block the Facebook, what you are going to do is just right click over here and add a rule above this rule. And you will say block website rule. What you can give the name whatever you want, and we will be just configuring the rule for this particular management station itself. The source is management station. The destination will be all internet. And when you talk about service and application, the very first thing what we will do, we will be using a pre-configured category, and we will test the rule. Then after this we will be creating a customized URL also. For now we will use the pre-configured category. Just click over here and type Facebook over here. So you will see you have a pre-configured category for Facebook. Now it is up to you. You want to block the entire Facebook itself, or you want to block a specific thing like Facebook app, Facebook business, Facebook lifestyle. If you want to block a certain subcategory, you can do that as well, or you can straight away block the primary category, that is Facebook. Just check over here. So click over here on Facebook and close this. What action you want over here? You will say drop, okay, and the track, log the action. Policy target, it will be a checkpoint gateway. But in our case, if you don't give the checkpoint gateway also, it's okay, because in the policy itself we have defined the installation target, which is checkpoint gateway. Now just go straight away, click on install policy, publish and install. It need to be defined on lab policy. Click on install button. Just click install policy, and that's it. Wait for the policy to install successfully. So guys, our policy is installed successfully. Now we will straight away go to our management station. We are into the management station, and this is the same machine on which we are testing the policy also, right? So we will test the policy over here, and we will try to open facebook.com, and let's see if our rule is working perfectly or not. So as you can see, the Facebook is not reachable now, right? Which means that this policy has started to work, and we will just try to check the logs as well for this. Just click over here and you will see downside that the policy has started to work. Open one of the entry from this logs by double clicking over here, and you will see that the action is dropped, which is the match rule. The match rule will be block website rule, the same one. Okay, so guys, this was the one thing. Now we'll do one more thing, that is we will be like over here we have added a pre-configured category. Now we will be adding a customized URL. So for doing so, either you can go from over here, then you have to define a URL, or else you can do one more thing. Just click on this plus button over here. Let me repeat once again. There are two ways you can do. Either you can go to the application and categories, and from here you can define it, or else straight away from the rule itself you will just click this plus button over here, and then instead of selecting the pre-configured category, you will click over here, then click on custom application site, and then click on application site. Once it is open, you will give the name over here. Now what we will do, we will try to block some sports category websites. Okay, so we will say sports, we will give the name as sports, and we will be defining URL. Let's define block, I mean, let's use the URL www.cricktime.com. This is one of the streaming website for cricket. Let's add one more website, www.crickinfo.com. Simply click on OK over here. So the sports group in which we have added a two URL is being added over here. Now, additionally, what I want, it should not only drop, but it should give a message also to the user when the website gets blocked. So what you will do, you will just click over here and click on more over here. Then you will find a user check, right? So just click this and say block message. Now what will happen? It will display a block message. What block message it will display? Let me show you. Just click on this edit button. This is a message which will be shown to the user when the website will be blocked. Okay. If you want to do some, I mean, if you want to edit it or something, you can do that as well. So for now, what we will do, we will straight away go with the default one, and in this next policy where we will be blocking some more thing, at that time we will check how to customize, so that you will get an idea how this will happen, and when the changes will happen, what will be seen. Okay, we will keep this message default, and you'll click on OK button. So now you can see the action is drop block messages. So now whenever this particular application, Facebook or sports, will be getting blocked, then you will get a message over there instead of that error page. Click on install policy, publish and install. Our policy is lab policy. Install. So now our policy is successfully installed, and we will test this. We will go to the sports website which we have blocked now. www.quicktime.com. Now, as you can see that we have not only blocked, but at the same time we said drop and display the message. So the message which was there, that is being shown now instead of that error page. It is saying page is block access to sports. We have defined the sports as a category, right? Sports is blocked according to the organization security policy. Category is custom application site. Okay, and it is saying to the user that click here to report the wrong category. If the category is wrong, like the site which you have browsed is not coming under sports, and it is defined under sports, in that case report it. Now, this is how you will be displaying a error, displaying a message to the user if you want to block certain category and you want to display a message. So now, till now, what we have seen two things. You can create a rule, you can straight away block it from the predefined category. What we have done is, like, we have chosen the Facebook from the predefined category, and we have said drop the traffic for this, and the policy has taken place. Additionally, then moving on, what we did is, like, we have added one more uh, category, and that was customized site which we have created for the sports, and we have added two URLs, and we have tested that. Additionally, we have said that the action should be dropped and the block message should be displayed to the user. So we have checked that even that worked well for us. And now what we are going to do is, we will be again checking the logs, the drop logs for this particular rule. If you will go over here, just double click and open this, and it will say you that this particular category I mean, this particular request was blocked, and the block message was also displayed, as we have seen now while browsing the Crick info site, Crick Time website. So this was all about blocking the things using a pre-defined category or a customized category using a source IP address. Moving on, what we will do, we will be configuring the policy using the user based source. We will be using the source as a user based. So let me take this rule down, because now we don't need this rule. We will disable this rule, and identity awareness rule we will enable. Let me delete this rule as well. We will create a new rule and install the policy. We'll be going to lab policy, install. Sorry, I have selected standard, so we have to select lab policy over here. Install the policy. Let's wait for the policy to install successfully, and then we will be coming back to our original topic, where we will be blocking the, I mean, we will be using a URL filtering and application filtering for using the ID awareness, that is using the user based. So now the policy is installed successfully. Let's come on to the topic now. So guys, as you can see now, in our earlier tutorial, what we have done was identity awareness. So for doing so, we have seen that if this is a rule configure, by default your internet will not work, right? What you have to do is you have to open a portal, you have to authenticate using a username, or else you have, if you don't have a username, then you have to fill the form. This is what we have seen in our earlier tutorial. It's not working, right? So let's log in very first. 10.11.200 connect. We will be using our Active Directory user over here. We have access now. We will go to facebook.com, and you can see it is working now. I mean, you have full internet access using this rule number 3, that is ID awareness, which says that source is the Active Directory user, and then destination can be any, and the services are HTTP, HTTPS, and DNS, and accept and display the captive portal, right? This was the rule which we have configured in our earlier tutorial. Now we will be doing a URL filtering using the identity awareness. Just right click over here and add the rule above. The things which we are going to do over here will be same thing. We will say that let's create a rule, sorry, typing mistake, block web access, or you can say like a restricted web access. Source, you will be using the same source, and destination you will switch to any, or you can say internet. Over here, when you define services and application, we will be, let's say we will say this time I want to block YouTube. From the predefined category we will choose YouTube over here. So as you can see, it gives you the option. Either you can select the subcategories like YouTube Kids, YouTube Mobile, or if you want to go away and block the entire YouTube, you can do that as well over here. This is the one. Just add this. and the action, keep it drop, log the traffic. If you wish, you can give checkpoint gateway, or else already we have said that our default installation path will be the checkpoint gateway, this firewall itself, and finally install the policy, publish and install. As you can see, our policy is no, not succeeded. It will start the installation. Slab policy install. Okay, the policy is installed successfully. Now we will proceed further and we will test this particular rule what we have created now, right? So you are login already. Let's browse youtube.com, and you can see now YouTube is not accessible, right? Let me add a category for Facebook also, which was accessible before. Let's add one more predefined category, which is facebook.com. Let's block entirely the full Facebook over here and install the policy. Okay, now we'll test this. Let's try to open facebook.com now. Let's try again, facebook.com. And you can see that even the Facebook is not reachable because it is getting blocked due to this particular rule. So what we are going to do is we will check the logs for this rule, and you can see the user which is logged in through IT admin. Let's open this. You can see that the source is 10.1.1.100 with the user IT underscore admin, and the destination is given the IP address, and it is what it is saying that the action is drop, and using which rule it is blocked, that also it will be shown over here. The match rule is restricted web access, the one which we have created now, and additionally it is giving you session details also, that the application name was YouTube which was blocked. The primary category is media stream. Then all the details about the category and everything it is being shown, so this gives you much more exposure that yes, the YouTube website was blocked, and for using which rule it was blocked. Additionally, if you will see a few more logs over here, let's go down a little more and see the logs. Okay, if you will see, then it will again give you the details like which was the rule and how it was blocked. So guys, when we will be doing tutorial on logs, and over there we will be having much more detail. The small part which is remaining in this tutorial is in this using the identity awareness itself. Now we will be adding one more category to block on this particular rule itself. It's the same one which we have customized, that was a cricket, if you remember, right? Sorry, sports. Let's try to find this sports. Okay, we will add it over here, and now what we will say that we don't not only drop it over here, but at the same time I want a message to be displayed to the user. Just check the user check over here, click on user check, add this block message, and over here we will try to customize the message also. If you have remember, last time it was a default which we have taken. Now over here we will say that I want to add a logo, so you can either add the logo, if you have your own logo that you can add, or else by clicking over here and then add new image. If you have a company image logo, you can add it, or else even you can add a checkpoint logo over here. And what I'm going to do is I will just edit this message over here. I will say that access to application name for so and so user. So I will be adding a field over here for username. I will say this block according to organization security policy. If you want to add IP address also, that also you can add. But over here we are going, we are doing a lab on, I mean we are creating a rule for the identity awareness, so we won't be adding any IP address. We'll say usernames. Access to so and so application for so and so username is blocked according to organization security policy. It will say what category it falls under and so on. So just doing these changes, you will say okay and click on OK over here. Also you will get this option that for this service and application, now we have added this thing also, that drop and prompt the message whenever the site is blocked. Click on install policy over here, click on publish and install, and wait for the policy to install. And guys, as I told you many times earlier also, since you have the two policy packages, it is reflecting you again and again. But if you want to remove the standard one, you can do it from going to menu over here, and you can remove the standard package. Then it will be only showing you one policy. Click on install button. Okay, the policy is installed now. Now I will just go over here and I will try to call the website from the one which we have categorized now, that is crickinfo.com. It's not giving us the page. Why it is not giving? Let's troubleshoot this now. So guys, let's do one thing. The very first thing what we will do is we will just try to log out from here, and we'll try to log in again. Regain the access. The same user we will use over here, and we are logging. Network access is granted to us. Let's try now. www.quicktime.com. Okay, it's working for you now. So as you can see now, the page is blocked. It is giving you the message also displayed over here for this particular website, and it is saying that access to sports for IT admin user. We have added a field username, right? So it is giving you IT admin user is blocked according to the organization security policy. So it is then defining a category as custom application site, and of course it is giving you option click here if to report wrong category. So guys, that's all about the web filtering and application filtering which we have seen using a pre-configured categories as well as customized categories which we have created. So if you wish, as per your requirement, you can add a url. I have only specified one or two url, but if you wish, you can add more and you can try on your own. Apart from that, if you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment box. You are most welcome to ask me, and I will reply to your queries as soon as possible. Before we conclude, one small thing I would like to show, like let's say for example, if you instead of action as accept or drop, if you want to say like you want to allow a streaming site, like you want to allow a YouTube. Okay, let me show you one more thing. Just remove this Facebook and this customized category which we have created sports, and your requirement is like you want to define a web access as a limited web access, let's say limited web access. And for the YouTube, you want to allow YouTube, but you want to define a policy where you will say that up to the certain bandwidth only you want to allow. You can define that as well. Just going over here in accept, if you will define see a limit option, you can say that you want to limit the usage up to upload 1 gbps or download 1 gbps and so on. So you can do that also, or you can say like I want to restrict the download to 1 gbps. Even you can just define your own policy that when we will be looking after the policies in much more in detail about this, we will look into that as well. So you can define this also that yes, you want to allow YouTube, but you want to limit the download to 1 gbps. And upload, it is saying unlimited. You can define the upload limit also as whatever you want. Just for the showing purpose I'm showing, but when we will be going more into detail about the policies in the coming tutorial, I will show you how you can customize this as well. And you can say that no, I want to allow the download and upload up to 5 mbps, and that will also work for you. So you will simply click on install policy, publish and install, and as usual will install the policy and wait for the policy to install successfully. So guys, in this tutorial we will be configuring SSL VPN and Checkpoint Firewall to provide users with secure, seamless remote access to corporate networks and resources when traveling or working remotely. So, guys, before we proceed with the configuration, let us have a quick overview on the network design. So guys, in this tutorial, exactly what we are going to do is we will be configuring SSL VPN on our Checkpoint firewall so that a user sitting outside your network, a user who want to work remotely, will be able to access the internal, that is the LAN resources. So depending upon your need, either you can give user a full privileges, that means that full access to your internal network, or a restricted access, which means that you can decide that a certain machine should be only accessible on specific port number. So in the coming time we will be seeing how you will customize the configuration as per your customize the access as per your requirement. Let's begin with the configuration. So guys, before we proceed with the configuration, let's create a remote access user. We will be creating a local users who will be accessing a remote access. Further on, we will be also seeing how you can integrate the Active Directory for the remote access users. So very first thing what we are going to do is click on new button over here, more, create. Let's create two of the users at least with the default template. Let's give the name IT underscore admin. These are the optional things. Email address, phone number you can leave. Group for now we will skip. Authentication you can select checkpoint password and we will set the password. Click OK. And location, for now we will say any to any. We won't be configuring a schedule. The certificate also you can leave as it is. Encryption, the default, that is IKE, and click OK. So we have created one user. Let's create one more user. Let's give the name security admin sec underscore admin, and rest all things will be as it is. Just we need to set the password. We will set the password for this user as well, and click OK. Once you have created the user, create a user group. Let's say VPN access group, and we will add those users over here. Click OK. And better, guys, do one more thing. Let's create access role also over here. Access role, and we will give the name as VPN access, where the users we will be adding the group which we created right now. Specific users and group. What I did, I have given the name. I then came to users. On the network, I have kept any network users. I will be just adding the user group over here. From here, we later on we will do the AD integration. For now, we will be doing with the local users, right? So internal user group, and select this group, VPN access group, and click OK. Rest all thing will be default. Click OK. Guys, we would have done over here directly with the user group which we created, that is VPN access group. The reason why I have added a role is, maybe you might face some difficulty when you will be creating a rule. If you wish, you can try it. Maybe it will work, but for in some of the cases, maybe it will not work if you have not enabled the blades properly, like moreover the firewall blades and all. So the best practice is to create an access role and add that group in the access role. We are done with this. Now we will follow a standard practice, that we will be opening a software blade. Just double click over here on the checkpoint gateway, and then enable the IPsec VPN over here. A few more setting what you have to do is, I will show you. Go to IPsec VPN over here. You have to add this, right? But before that, what we will do, just check this box IPsec VPN and click OK. Once you are done with this, go to security policies. In security policies, just go to VPN communities. Seems like my laptop performance is a bit slow. You have to click on VPN communities. You will find two communities over here, pre-configured communities, my intranet, remote access. You can create the new community if you wish, but we will be editing the same one, and we will use the remote access community, the pre-configured community. Over here in the participating gateway, just check this plus over here and select our checkpoint gateway. Close it. The second thing what you have to do is participant user group, and we will add our user group over here, which is VPN access group, right? And click OK. Once you are done with this, again go to gateways and servers over here. Just open this, and then go over here in IPsec VPN. Double click over here and go. Now you will see that remote access community is added. I would have added from here also, but why I have shown, because I want to show you exactly from where it is taking. So that's the reason I have taken you to VPN communities, to give you a more clarity. The link selection, this option you keep it as default. Going to VPN advanced over here, even this option you will keep as default. You have to do some slight changes in VPN client. I will show you. Guys, now over here, to be very honest, we only need this check endpoint security VPN. Rest all things we don't need actually. But for now, we will keep it. Or else, actually, in this lab, this endpoint security VPN is more than enough for us. Just double click to expand. In authentication, you will set the authentication as username and password from here and click OK. Then in the office mode, going to office mode over here, you can select offer office mode to group VPN access group, and over here you will select you can create a new from here, or else you have you can see CP default office mode address pool. You can select this option from here. The basically why we are selecting this, because using this pool your client will get an IP address. Okay, so we will be going later on over here in the objects, and we will check whether the IP address, whether the network which is being used by this pool is conflicting with our network scenario or not. Then comes the remote access. You will keep these options as default, and then finally click OK. And guys, there is an option for mobile access also that we will cover in the coming tutorial. So once this is done, finally you have to create a VPN rule. Go to security policy, access control policies, and let's create one rule over here above this. We'll give the name of the rule as remote access. Let's select the source as the identity role which we have created now, that is VPN access. Close it. The destination will be your internal LAN, because from outside this is the area which the remote user want to access, right? So we have given the internal LAN. VPN, just right click over here, click on specific VPN communities, and we will select this VPN community which we have edited as per our requirement, that is remote access. Services and application, for now we will switch to any. Action is accept, log the traffic, and the gateway is checkpoint, sorry, install on checkpoint gateway. And finally, before we proceed, let's check that object network also, the pool address. Double click over here. It is 172.16.10.0. As you will see, it is not conflicting with our existing network. But anyhow, let's do one thing. We will say like let's change the IP address to 192.168.100.0, which is not in our network. Anyhow, that was also not there. I am just editing this to show you how you can change it, and click on OK. This address should be the one, this network address, or you can say the IP pool should be the one which is not usable in the network. Okay, and finally click on install policy, publish and install. Click over here, select on lab policy, the our policy package, click install, and let's wait for our policy to be installed successfully. So once our policy is installed successfully, then we will move out from here, and we are going to download the SSL VPN client, and then we will validate our configuration as a usual practice what we follow in each and every tutorial. So guys, as you can see, our policy is successfully installed over here. Now what we are going to do, we will just move out from here and we will be trying to connect to a VPN client from outside. So very first we will be downloading the SSL VPN client. Let's search for remote access VPN checkpoint, and then click on this first link. Just scroll down a little and you will see download VPN. Click over here, remote access for Windows. Download this file. Click on download, and you can see the download has started now. It is downloaded now, and what we are going to do is we will run this setup. It has started the installation now. Click next. Endpoint security VPN. This is only what we require for now. Click next. Accept the terms in the license agreement. Click next. Install. So guys, our VPN client is installed successfully. Click finish over here, and now very first thing you will see, it is in the hidden tray over here. And the very first thing what we are going to do is you will just right click over here on the VPN client and click on VPN options. Add the new site over here. Click next. Server address or name, it will be your WAN interface IP address, that is 192.168.0.200. If you want to give display name, it is optional. You can give, just check this display name and you can give name. Let me give the name lab VPN. Click on next button. The site is created successfully. Click finish. It is saying that would you like to connect? Click on yes button over here. It is asking you for username and password. You remember we have created a user, right? So let's give the name IT underscore admin and we will give the password and click on connect button over here. So guys, as you can see, the connection is successful now. It is saying that trying to reconnect. Okay, fine. There's some issue with my network adapter. Let's wait. Okay. Connection is successful. So now you are connected to the VPN using a VPN client. So guys, that's all about the configuration of SSL VPN in the Checkpoint firewall. In the coming tutorial, we will be seeing like how you can use your active. So guys, in traffic monitoring, we will be seeing different modes of logs. Then we will see what is SAM rule, how you can configure SAM rule, what is the purpose of SAM rule. Apart from that, we will be looking after the storage management part as well, and checkpoint management server and checkpoint gateway server. So guys, when we talk about the different modes in the checkpoint about the logging, the first log is the one which we have usually seen our in our previous time, like whenever we were configuring any rules, and at that time to check the hits on that particular rule, we were reviewing the logs. So that is a kind of log, but that log is not the active log. The another log is the active log, and the active logs will give you the active events whenever any uh, traffic hits the gateway. The logs will be generated quickly, that it will be active logs. But even active logs are helpful, it has a disadvantage as well. The disadvantage is that once you enable the active logs, then there is a possibility the performance will be deteriorated, the performance will go low. And finally, we will be looking after the audit logs. So as the name suggests, audit logs, basically it will provide you the complete audit of the login details to the appliance. Thereafter it will give you the audit details about the configuration changes and all. And once we are done with this logs, then we will move on to see that how what is SAM, that is suspicious activity monitoring rule, how you can configure that and what is the purpose. And concluding, we will be looking after concluding for this topic of traffic monitoring. We will be looking after what we say the storage management. So let's begin with the logs part very first. So from the left pane over here, click on logs and monitors, and you will find two options: logs and the audit logs. Very first, we will look after the logs. Just double click over here on the logs. Guys, you can see over here there are the logs which are being generated. So when we talk about the logs, if you will see there are multiple customized options. You can see is this option over here, last 24 hours. So you can customize the logs and view your logs as per your requirement, whether you want to review the logs only for the last hour or for today. It gives you option for yesterday, week, 2 months, and then the option to customize where you can specify a specific start and end date with the timing. Thereafter, if you click this button over here, it will auto refresh. The logs will not auto refresh. As soon as you click this, the logs will start to auto refresh. As soon as the entry hits on the certain rules or policies, it will start to auto refresh, and you will see the fresh logs on the top. Then thereafter, if you will just click over here, then you will be seeing that you have a multiple filters at the bottom. If you will see this source, destination, blade. So guys, let's see, click on source over here, and we will try to put the source entry as our management station on which we have an internet access open through a checkpoint gateway. So as soon as you put the IP, it has taken the name because you have added an object with this name. Just select this and hit enter. So you will get the entries for all those rules, I mean for all those logs which has the source as the management station. As you can see over here, it is giving you the detail, like what is the destination and on which port number the traffic has hit and so on. Apart from that, you have several other filters as well. Let's close this from here, and you will see that you can filter the logs using the destination. or even you can filter using a blade action. You have like accept, allow, drop, and so on. There are multiple options. Apart from that, you can filter the logs through the port number. So it's a very easy and convenient way the checkpoint gives you to easily filter the logs. You have a pre-configured filters over here. Simply what you have to do is you have to just select that particular filter as per your requirement, and you have to put the required details, and you will be able to review the logs very easily and find the logs very easily. Filtering is quite easy over here. uh, just moving on, we will see about the audit logs. Just click this plus button over here, and you will see the new tab is open over here. Just double click on the audit logs, and it will open the audit logs view for you. So guys, these are the audit logs which you have. It is giving you at what time this user has login, and then what the user activity is being done. If you will see the object type, the firewall application, some configuration changes was done on the lab policy. If you will open this, it will give you more detail. Just double click on this particular log, and you will see the type of the log is audit using a smart console application. Then some policy was installed through a admin user, and what was the source IP and everything. The detail about the auditing is given over here. There are several other logs. If you have done some configuration changes, that also will be shown. For now, we have not done any major configuration changes or anything. That is the reason. Like I have done a small change over here. It is saying, see, let me open this log for you, and it is saying modified object gateway. What was changed? The monitoring object was changed from disabled to enable. So these configuration changes I have done, and it is being reflected over here. Apart from that, if you will see, some object was added, so that also it is giving. Basically, it gives you a complete auditing details over here. Now moving on, we will see about the smart view tracker. So for that, guys, what you have to do, even over there, we will be reviewing about the actual logs, and we will see about this what we call SAM rule. So going to gateways and server, we have to of course enable the blades over here. So in management, just double click over here, and you have to open a smart view event blade. Just check this box, smart event server, click on OK. And one more thing, what you have to do is go to checkpoint gateway over here, and we will be enabling the monitoring blade. Click on monitoring. As soon as you do so, your smart event logs will start to be reflected over there. Click on OK. If you don't do this and you try to open over there, in that case what will happen, it will open, but no logs will be shown. It will say that the monitoring blade is not enabled for this particular gateway. So now we have enabled this. Click on install policy, publish and install. So guys, our policy is installed successfully. Let's go to logs and monitor over here. And one important thing, if you will see over here in the checkpoint management, the CPU usage is going high. Let me take you again over there. Go to gateways and servers. I want to show you one thing. As soon as we have enabled the smart event over here, the blade over here, which is the active log. So if you will see, the CPU usage went to 90%. It's too high. So guys, this is the reason, as I told you, that the performance will be a bit slow when once you enable this. Let's go to logs and monitors over here, and we will be directly jumping to the smart event monitor logs and SAM rule. Just click this plus button over here, and click on tunnel and user monitoring. You will see it has opened for you. It is opening a smart view monitor for you. I think I have opened twice. It's okay, we'll close one. And you can see the performance over here. Checkpoint Smart View Monitor. You can feel that it is a bit slow. So in your case, with your machine, the performance will be slow. So you don't have to worry because you have activated the active logs. That is the reason you are getting all the. I mean, the performance is a bit slow. So guys, over here, the very first thing, what it is showing, that it will show you the details about your machines. The checkpoint. One second. Okay. So it will give you about the detail about your machines, the checkpoint management status, smart event correlation unit. As we have enabled this blade, it is saying that these blades are enabled. Security management server, the connected clients, the two connected clients, and this details. Apart from that, if you will see the details about the checkpoint gate, yeah, of course it will give you the detail about the version and the operating system which is installed, the uptime details it is providing you. If you click on system information, it will give you that detail as well for the checkpoint management server. It is giving you the CPU details, the disk partition details, the memory of the appliance, and so on. Let's click on the checkpoint gateway over here and we will get the detail as well. As you can see that it is giving you the IP address, version, operating system details, uptime details. Let's click on system information, and of course it will give you the system information over here. Apart from that, it is giving you the network activity details also. Click on network activity over here, and it is giving you the general information about the interfaces, the traffic interface table, ethernet 0, uh, in direction, how many packets are accepted, log packets, drop packets. In short, it is giving a detailed overview about your interface traffics, what all traffic is going in, what is going out, what are the drop packets, what is the accepted number of packets, how many packets are logged. These are the details which is being provided. Apart from that, it is saying you the firewall which has a security policy package, the lab policy which we have installed, and on which date it was installed. Then it gives you the more details when you click over here. Then coming to the URL filtering, it gives you detail about the URL filtering as well, where it gives you the RAD status, update status, and the identity awareness blade, which we have enabled. But since you can see that now, for now, we haven't turned on the Active Directory server, which we have integrated with our checkpoint firewall. That is the reason it is saying that at least one DC is currently disconnected. Yes, it is disconnected. Since it is not able to fetch the information, it is giving you the detail that Active Directory is disconnected, and it is showing you the warning sign over here. Now guys, moving on, let's see about the traffics over here. Click on firewalls over here. It is giving you the same, of course it is giving you the same information. We have one gateway, so that is being shown over here. In system counters, click on firewall. If you will see that it is giving you the firewall gateway, what all traffic is being there. It is giving you overview, graphical view of the things. What is the CPU usage, what is the CPU usage. Then it is giving you about the used virtual machine, then all of the connections, accepted packets. It's giving you a graphical view of basically of the checkpoint gateway. And if you want to change this particular view, you can do it. Like if you want the view to be in this format, line view, you can just click and you will get a line view. If you want a table view, it will give you the table view where it provides you the CPU usage, used virtual memory, connections established, and accepted packets rate over. This all details you can get over here for the firewall checkpoint gateway. Then coming to the traffic over here, if you will see what are all are the top sources, you can get the information. So once you click the top sources, it is asking you that gateway. We only have one gateway for now, right? So there's like you don't have to select this. You will just click this as it is. Whether you want the traffic for the inbound or outbound, or for both the direction etherbound, so you will just keep this option as default and you click on OK button over here. What we have done, we have clicked on top sources. We are now seeing the top sources. So once you see the top sources over here, it is giving you the detail about all the top sources which are there. So the major part is checkpoint management. Then we have a checkpoint gateway. So guys, let's do one thing. We will try to generate a traffic from our management station over here. So you can see now, like once you have initiated a traffic, you can see a logs for the management station also. This is basically a management station. Let's have a table view and you will have a better understanding. 10.1.1.100, which is our management station. So you can see the logs for that as well. Let's go to the graphical view again, and you will see that in the top source, from here where we have selected top source, you can see the management station also. Since we have closed the connection, and as I told you that it is actual logs being generated, so you will see after some time it is disappeared. Let's initiate the traffic again, because I want to show you the SAM rule also over here itself, how you can configure the SAM rule. So guys, going over here, let's try to browse some of the website. So as soon as we have done that, you can see that traffic started to hit over here, and you are able to see the actual logs. So just right click over here, and if you will see option block source, like let's say for example, assume that this management station has some suspicious activity, and if you want to block this suspicious activity, or if you want to just quarantine this machine for some time, or isolate this machine from your network for doing the troubleshooting, you can simply say block source over here. And we'll do one thing before this. It's going out, since it's actual logs, it will move out. Let's open the site and keep it open, so that we will be able to see the hit counts over here. Let's keep some sites open over here. Okay, so the very first thing, what we, before a SAM rule configuration, we will see, like from here you can get the details. Who is, if you click who is, it's giving connection time. Or let's troubleshoot this sometime later. But anyway, you can get the who is information right away from here itself if you wish to get that information. Let's come to the SAM rule. So guys, let's assume that if you have seen that a certain destination is hitting over some, so of a machine is hitting to a destination which is seems to be a, if you find some suspicious activity. So in that, SAM rule is basically what we call suspicious activity monitoring. If you find that something is suspicious going on, some suspicious activity is going on, you can do it like just right click over here on this particular source and click on block source. Once you do so, it is saying that where to apply. We have only one firewall, so it will be CP gateway, that the one firewall which we have. Address is 10.1.1.100. Destination IP, if you want that this IP should be any, you can say any over here. And services, which type of services you want, let's keep any for now. And for how much time you want to block this, for next 10 minutes, next hour, next day, never, and so on. So let's say for now we'll say next hour, and we will enforce this. Or even you can say absolute date, on this date, from which timing and so on. So for now we'll say for next hour, and click on enforce. Once you do this, you will see now you will lose the internet connection right away. Just try to browse over here, and you will see you won't be able to reach to the internet. Not only to the internet, even you won't be able to ping your management or gateway over here. See, you are not able to reach to the internet, right? So guys, this is how SAM rule will work. It will quickly block the connection, right? So let's close this now. And Guys, now you have blocked this rule, right? Now if you want to I didn't said straight away I went to the configuration. Now if you want to remove this rule, so what you have to do, just go over here and then going to tools. Over here you will find the option suspicious activity rules. So what you have to do, just show on which we have only one gateway. You will click this checkpoint gateway and you will get this detail. So if just simply just check this and you can remove this from here. It is asking you remove the selected rule. Click on yes button over here and the rule will be removed. And now again if you go to the browsing for this website, it will be accessible now. Let's browse the facebook.com, which we have seen it was blocked. Now it is accessible. So guys, this is how instantly you can block the rule right away, not only from the logs. If you want to block the rule directly from here, you can do so. Like just go to menu button over here, tools, suspicious activity rules, and you can add it over here, and you can define like from which source, which ip, on which firewall you want to apply this, and as per your requirement you can enforce the suspicious activity rule. So guys, that's all about the suspicious activity monitoring rule. And apart from that, you have lots of option over here. And of course, as I told you, that it is the active logs. So as soon as the traffic hits the certain rule, it will be reflected over here. So this is how you will be working on the checkpoint smart view monitor. And the last topic for this section, that is traffic monitoring, is about the about the storage management. So let's move on to the smart console again over here, going to gateways and servers over here. Let's just open this, double click on checkpoint management, go to logs over here. You can expand this by clicking the plus icon over here. So in logs, if you will see that enable log indexing is enabled, and it is giving you the detail that one gateway has configured this machine as its log server. We have configured our checkpoint gateway, that is checkpoint security gateway, as the log server, the check for the checkpoint management, right? So it is saying that one gateway has configured this machine, that is checkpoint management machine, as the log server, and it is giving the detail for that as well, and what type it is sending. It's sending logs and alerts. Now moving on to storage over here, guys, you will have a multiple options. It says that measure free disk space in megabytes or in percentage. So it's up to you whether you want like what is better for you to understand. The megabyte is better to understand, or the percentage is the option better to understand. So for now we will keep megabytes. And now it is giving you option that when disk space is below 3000 MB, what action should be taken. Issue alert, pop-up alert, log, mail alert, whatever you want, you can just configure it from here. It can send you the mail alert, it can send you the pop-up alert, it can log the incident. So the better is the pop-up alert. So when you will open the checkpoint management server, and sorry, not checkpoint management server, smart console is open for you, or you have a web GUI access for the security management server. In that case, if the disk space is below 3000 MB, it will issue an alert, that it will pop up the alert saying you that the disk size is below so and so. Apart from that, it is saying that what action you should take. Like you have said that when disk space is below 3000 MB, alert. And apart from that, let's say you will say three, when this says disk space is below 3000 MB, start deleting old files. So what it will do, whatever old files are there, it will start to delete. If you don't want to do this, you will simply just uncheck this. So what now it will do, it will simply say that when disk space is below 3000, it will alert you, but it won't delete the old files. And apart from that, you can run the script. It is saying that run the following script before deleting the old file. If you want to run some script or something, you can do so by just adding it over here. Apart from that, moving on, we will see that use monitor information window to view current state of log partition, daily log retention configuration. You can also define the log retention policy over here. And just click on this apply the following log retention policy. You can define that keep index logs for no longer than 14 days. So as soon as 14 days happen, it will delete the logs which are older than 14 days, or keep log files for an extra 3650 days. So it is up to you as per your requirement what storage capacity you have, and all this, considering all these factors, you can define the disk space management as you need. Now script cannot be empty. Let me make it to default. Click on export button over here, and we will see these options as well. So now another thing is that you have option to export the log from the following syslog sim server. If you have option like if you have option in your environment where you can store the log, so simply what you have to do is you can just add that particular syslog or sim server over here, and this logs will be exported. The logs whichever are generated will be exported. So guys, what you can do is like you can define that export the logs to this particular sim server, and you can define the policy which we have seen in the storage, that for how many days you have to keep. So it's all up to your requirement, what is your infrastructure capacity and all. According to that you can define. So it's a basic things. And then comes the additional logging option over here. So over here you can forward the log file to the log server. If you check this and you have defined a log server, then you can just select this and log forwarding schedule. Like if let's say over here in the export. Okay, in the over here in the export option, you have added a syslog or a sim server. Okay, once it is added, then the scheduler for this you can define it over here. Go to additional logging, just check this box and forward the log file to log server. The server which you have added will be coming over here, and you have to choose that. Then log forwarding schedule, like how you want to forward the log, that you can schedule, like fetch enter. There are multiple options, or you want to schedule it midnight and so on. Then coming to the log files, you have option over here, like you can create a new log file when the current file is larger than. See, basically whenever a log file is generated, it is basically a file which is generated. So you can define that if the size of the file is so and so, after that create a new log file. So if you check this option, you can define over here what size of the log file you need. Once that file reaches up to that particular defined size, it will automatically create a new file for you, and that file will be marked as older file. And you can define a schedule also, create a new log file on schedule time. Instead of defining the size of the file, you can say that uh, every midnight, or you can define your own. Click on manage over here and define a new schedule event. And over here you can just define your schedule over here as per your requirement, and you will say that create a new log file on the schedule time. So the new file will be automatically generated. And you have advanced setting that when the space is below 100 MB, stop logging. If this is not a good option, that you should stop logging. You should have alternative, either delete the old logs, or you start to push the logs in the syslog or your sim, and so on. But you should not delete this. But if you have no options, then in that case there is nothing left. Like if the disk is full, the performance will become poor. So in that case, if there is no option left, yes, you have this option that when disk space is below so and so MB, stop the logging, or update account log every how many second you want to update the account log, and so on. So this is all about the logs and storage in the checkpoint management server. Let's have a quick look on the checkpoint gateway also. Just double click over here on the checkpoint gateway, and let's go to logs over here. So over here in the checkpoint firewall, that is a checkpoint security gateway, you can see one option is check send gateway logs and alerts to server. It's already sending, right? This is what we are doing now. All the gateway logs and alerts are being sent to the checkpoint management server, and we have seen that in the smart event view also, the same thing. And then the option save logs locally on this machine. If you wish you want to save the logs on the machine locally, that is on the checkpoint firewall, you can do so by just checking this uh, over here. But it is not recommended. Already the logs are there, for we have made a security management servers different for storing the logs, and also it's better to push the logs over there, but you can save it locally as well. Coming to local storage, the same options you will find over here what we have seen in checkpoint management method. But since we are not managing the logs, we are not storing the logs over here, so it doesn't make any sense for discussing these things. And we have discussed all the same things in our checkpoint management part as well, and the same setting applies over here for the additional setting. So guys, this was all about the traffic monitoring part over here. So guys, in this topic, the complete configuration through a CLI, what we are going to do is we will be doing the command line for the checkpoint security management server and the troubleshooting over here. And then we will move on to checkpoint security gateway, and over there we will be doing the command line configuration and the required troubleshooting. So just moving on, let me add important things. The very first thing, when you talk about the CLI, there are two different modes in the checkpoint firewall. The first one is a CLI shell, also called as CLIS or a supershell. CLIS or a supershell. The one which you are seeing over here is a CLIS, that is a command line interface of the checkpoint firewall. And another mode is called expert mode. Expert mode might be the new name for you, but it is nothing but the Linux shell, you can say, in the checkpoint firewall. As you know that the checkpoint firewall is built up on the Linux operating system. So the expert mode, whenever I say expert mode, all the Linux commands will be working on that particular mode, expert mode. In the coming time, we will see how you will enter into the expert mode and all. That is the Linux shell. And the second note which I would like to add is very informative note. That is, every time you want to do a configuration through a CLI, you won't be going physically to the firewall, because these firewalls will be kept inside the data center. So each and every time for doing a configuration, you won't be connecting a console cable and going and doing the configuration physically. What you will do, you will be doing the configuration for this checkpoint security management server or checkpoint security gateway remotely. So let's move to the host over here, host machine, that is my laptop, and we will be doing the configuration from here remotely. I will be using the third party tool which is put. You can use any similar tool over here, and the very first thing what I am going to do is I will be putting the IP address of my security management server, that is 10.1.1.150. The port number will be 22, and SSH, click on open. We will be accessing this. We will be taking a login through the admin user. And over here, the very first command which we will see is how to create a local user. So guys, to create user, but before that, we will see how you can see the users available. So to see that, the command is show users. This is our first command, show users. It will give you the list of available users, that is local users, and it is saying that you have one admin user and another one is monitor. The admin user is the one which we are using for accessing our appliances. The monitor user is basically for the monitoring purpose, and you cannot do any kind of configuration because it has a limited privileges. Now if you want to add a user, the command is add user, and you have to give the username. Let's give the username test. Similar to the Linux, you have to define the user ID, that is UID, and then UID number. Let's give 222. You can give anything, and then the directory you have to define, which will be home directory slash home slash the username. It is similar what you do in Linux, right? So this way you will add a user, hit enter, and it is saying that the user is created, but now you have to set the password and you have to define the role for this particular user. So guys, in order to set the password, the command is set user, set user, then you have to give the username, and then new password and whatever password, let's give test at 123, enter. So what we did now, we have created a user and we have set the password. This was the command create the user and this is the command to set the password. Now let's see the user is created and it is shown or not. The command is show user, hit enter, and you can see that the user which you created, the test user, it is reflected over here with its user ID and the privileges. Now let's say if you want to delete a specific user once the one which you created is no more required, and let's take the test user itself. If you want to delete this user now, so if you want to delete this user, the command is delete user and the username which is test, hit enter. Verify that it is deleted, just give show users command over here, and you can see now the user is removed from here. So guys, this is how you will be adding the user, set up the password, or if you want to remove the user, you can do it through a CLI. Let's move to the expert mode and see what all things we can do over there. So to enter the expert mode, first you have to set the expert mode password in the Checkpoint firewall. The command to set the expert mode password is set expert password. It is asking you to enter the password over here. Guys, I have set my password previously, so it is asking me, but for you, when you will be doing it for the first time, it won't ask you. When you will be doing for the first time, it will ask you to enter the new expert password. As soon as you give this command set expert password, it will prompt you over here that enter new expert password. It won't ask you because I have set it earlier, that's why it is asking me, but for you it won't ask. As soon as you give this command set expert password, this command, it will ask you to enter the new expert password. Let's give the new password and it will ask you to confirm by typing the same password again, and it has configured the password for you. So now to enter into the expert mode, the command is expert, and it is asking you to enter the expert mode password. Give the password and you are into the expert mode now. So if you want to check now in the expert mode, we will see what all things we can do. Like guys, if you remember, you can check the logs in your firewall, right? So if you want to check your logs, what you have to do, you have to go to the log directory very first. So to go to the log directory, the command is cd, that is change the directory, and slash dollar $fwdir slash log. Just change the directory to this one, that is dollar $fwdir slash log. And then if you have to check the logs, what all logs are available, then the command is similar to the Linux one, ls minus l and then star dot log, because the extension of the log file will be dot log. Hit enter. It will give you the list of available logs over here. So it is showing you the log file. Now let's say if you want to create the new log file over here. So what you will do, you will use the command fw log switch and hit enter. It is saying that log file has been switched to so and so, and it is giving you the name. Let's verify this by giving the command this one, and over here you can see this one file. This file is switched. Now see this one, earlier it was not there, now it is shown over here. So this was the one thing. Now let's move further and we will be doing some configuration on our Checkpoint security gateway. To move out, click on exit over here, because moreover configuration we are going to do on the Checkpoint security gateway, that is our Checkpoint firewall. Basically the small things which were there we have seen over here on the checkpoint management, how to create a user, how to set the password, how you will enter into the expert mode, then how you will create a log file, how you can review the log file, this all thing. Let's exit from here. And similarly we will be accessing our checkpoint security gateway firewall. Let's see if we can access, or we need to add a rule for this if we haven't added, because checkpoint firewall to manage, we have created a management rule in the using a smart console, right? So let's try to log in. If not, then we will change the rule. 10.1.1.200 is our IP address for the checkpoint firewall, that is checkpoint security gateway. And you can see the firewall is not accessible, right? So what we have to do, we have to go to our VM and into the management station. Inside that we are running smart console, we have to add this, I mean we have to change the policy for the is giving C network at a connection timeout, because it is not allowing to access, right? We have to add this host also, so that we will be able to access our firewall from this host laptop. If you remember, earlier we have configured a policy for the with the name management rule, right? So guys, this was the rule. And if you see the source, we have defined management station and CP management, like the security management server should access this checkpoint gateway and rest all should deny, right? Now what we will do, we will add our host laptop also, your host machine, whatever on which you are doing the lab, that we will add. We have created a host object with the name, I think it was host laptop, the name which we have created. Let's search by the IP address. No, we don't have any such object. Okay, let's create one object. Before that, what we will do, we will just verify our IP address. The IP address is 192.168.0.166. Let's add this object. See guys, we can do the configuration straight away from the console, but as I told you that each and every time you won't go to the data center, connect the console cable and do. We need to do it remotely. That's the reason we are now opening the access to our host laptop. Let's give the name of this object as host laptop. The IP address is 192.168.0.166. Click on OK, and it's added. Host laptop is added. We will simply save it and install the policy. Click install to install the policy. So guys, the policy is installed now, and now you should be able to access this checkpoint security gateway remotely from your host laptop. 10.1.1.200 is the IP address. Try to open it. Yes, to proceed, and you are logging. So guys, let's log into the checkpoint security gateway. It is asking for password. And one important thing, like there might be a possibility even after adding the policy, you might not able to access your firewall. So if this is the case, what you have to do, just go over here to the console of the checkpoint gateway, log in over here, and one simple command you have to run, that is fw unload local. Initially also we have run this command, right? So this is the command fw unload local, and once you do this you will be able to gain the access for the security gateway. So over here also we will move to the expert mode, and the procedure is same. Set, and let me show you now. If you will try to type expert to go to the expert mode, it will very first say that expert password has not been defined. To set expert password, use the command set expert password. So anyhow, this is the process. If you want to go to the expert mode, very first you have to set the expert password. So the same command we will be using, set expert password. And guys, when I was showing you for the checkpoint security management server, at that time the expert mode password was set, but over here I haven't set any password, so it will be a fresh one, right? So set expert password. Now it won't say that to enter the old password. Now straight away it is asking you to enter the new password because the password is not set yet. Let's set the password and confirm it. Now your expert mode password is set. You will enter the expert mode by typing expert over here. It is asking you to enter the expert mode password, and you are into the expert mode now. And just take a note that it is giving you a warning over here, guys. It means that it is saying that all configuration should be done through clish. You are into the expert mode now. It means that firewall related function we need to do from clish, that is CLI shell, and the Linux related configuration we can do it from here. In the start of this topic itself, I have said you that there are two modes. One is the clish, that is CLI shell, which belongs to the checkpoint firewall, and another mode is the expert mode, which we are into now, and this is moreover where the Linux command will work. So that's the reason it is giving you a warning that all configuration should be done through clish. So guys, the very first command, as you are aware that if you need to get any interface IP address in Linux, the command is ifconfig, right? So same command will work over here. Ifconfig, I did typing mistake. Okay, ifconfig, and you have to give the port number. Let's say Ethernet 0. It will give you the interface IP address. Ifconfig space the port number, that is Ethernet 0 we have. So we have given that, and it will provide you the IP address of the interface. This is similarly the same command what we use in Linux. Similarly, you can check for Ethernet 1. The IP address which we have configured will be shown, that is 192.168.0.200, and Ethernet 2, which is 172.16.0.200. Now guys, this was the command to check the interface on to check the IP address on a specific interface. Now let's say if you want to see the IP addresses of all the interface at once. In that case, the command is fw get ifs, firewall get interfaces, and you will see that it will list you all the interfaces IP address. That the Ethernet 0 interface IP address is 10.1.1.200 with the subnet mask 255.255.255.0. Ethernet 1 IP address is 192.168.0.200 with the subnet mask 255.255.255.0, and Ethernet 2 interface IP address is 172.16.0.200 with the subnet mask 255.255.255.0. Let's move on. So guys, if you want to see the number of connections on the firewall, the command is netstat, and it will give you the number of connections that are active on the firewall right now. Now if you want to see the routing table, you will be using the same command, the one which you use in Linux, and the command is netstat space -r. So it is giving you that where you have one default route with the gateway 192.168.0.1, that is a default route, and you have three directly connected routes, that is on Ethernet 0, Ethernet 1, and Ethernet 2. 110.1.1.0, 192.168.0.0, and 172.16.0.0 respectively. Moving on, if you want to see ARP entries command, is ARP space minus A. This is the command to check the ARP entries, and it will give you the list of ARP entries. And if you remember, in the earlier time, we have used the command in the glitch mode. The same command we can use over here in the expert mode also, that is fwstat. And just to remind you, this command we use to check which policy is installed. And you can see it is saying that the details about the policy using the fwstat command. Now, if you want to check the version of the firewall, the command is fw space ver, and it is saying that this is a checkpoint software version R81.10 with the build number 883. Now, if you want to check the data capture on any specific interface, you will be using the same command which you use in Linux, that is tcp dump space minus I, that is interface. Let's give Ethernet 0, hit enter, and it will start to capture the data on interface Ethernet 0. If you want to stop the data capturing, press Ctrl C and it will stop. Now guys, this was specific to the interface. Now if you want to check the data, if you want to see the packet capture for only a specific IP address, the command will be tcp dump space minus I, I stand for interface Ethernet 0, and let's give the host laptop IP address 192.168.0.166. Syntax. Okay. Let's give the management station IP address. Syntax error. Let's see what mistake we are doing in the command. Guys, if you want to stop this, similarly you have to say Control C, and then now let's say if you want to create a capture file. If you want to create a capture file, then the command will be fw monitor space minus I 50 space minus O, and the file name, let's say mycap.pap. So in this command, O stands for output, and you can see the pcap file. This is to open this file in the Wireshark or any other utility. So hit enter over here, and it has started to create a capture file. Similarly, to stop this, what you have to do, you have to press Ctrl C. Now, the file which is created, if you want to check this, command is ls, and see we have given the name mycap.pap, right? So it is seen over here, mycap.pap. Let's create one more file. Let's say mycap1.pap. It has started to create a file capture over here. Let's stop this, and to verify with the command ls. Now you can see both the files. We created two files, with the one mycap.pap and the one mycap1.pap. Both are listed over here. So this was all about the configuration, the basic configuration on the CLI. Now moving on, guys, let's say our security management server stops communicating to security gateway due to some issue with SIC keys, that is secure internal communication keys. So in this case, we will see how we can reset the SIC keys. Once we reset the keys successfully, we can link the security gateway with manager. So just move out from the expert mode by typing exit over here. The first thing is to check the how you will check the SIC status, right? Command is cp underscore conf space sic state, and you can check the status using this command. This is the command which I have used. Sorry, cp underscore conf space sic space state. Now the trust state is established, right? Let's assume this trust state was not established and this was the root cause. Maybe like the sic key has some issue or something. So in this case, how you will reset the keys? So to restore the keys, you have to follow this process. Step number one is give the command cp config, hit enter. You will see the option number 5, right? Choose option number 5, which is secure internal communication, and enter. Now it is saying that would you like to reinitialize communication? Say yes over here. Why? Hit enter. This thing, are you sure? Yes. Now it is asking you to enter the activation key. Enter the activation key over here. Enter. Retype the activation key. Repeat the same. Enter. Now it is saying that the secure internal communication was successfully initialized. Just press number 9 to exit. It will take some time. Once this process is completed, then we have to go to Smart Console and reestablish the trust by entering the new SIC. Now, guys, let's move to the VMware workstation. Over here, we will go to Smart Console and we are going to reestablish the trust. Okay, go to Gateways and Servers over here. Just double click on this Checkpoint Security Gateway. Over here, click on Communication, Reset. To complete the reset operation, you need to also reset the device in the configuration tool. Are you sure you want to reset? Click on yes. Just now it is saying reset is done. Please reinstall the firewall policy in order to update the CRL list. You must install the firewall policy to all security gateway. Click OK and just put the new password which we have created in the CLI. After entering the password, click on initialize. And you can see the trust is established, which means now your security management is connected to the gateway. Click on OK, but before that we have to install the policy also, right? Click on as you have seen earlier that when we were connecting our management to the gateway, at that time this was done, and I have informed you that this is a proof that your communication is established. So here also you can see this interfaces over here are red on the management on the smart console, so which means everything is perfect. Now click OK and install the policy. Wait till our policy is installed successfully. Once it is done, then we will proceed further. So as you can see, the policy is installed successfully. Now let's move on further. So guys, now let's check a few more commands like how you will monitor the clients which are connected. Let's do it one by one. We will again take the login. This was a logout because the trust tablet was disabled and definitely our policy won't be working. That's the reason. So now the trust established and you will be able to get the access, duplicate the session. And over here the firewall was restarted right over here. That's the reason now you're not getting the access. What you have to do is you have to simply give the command over here, take the login, and the command is fw unload local. That's all, and I believe now you will be able to access your security gateway. Duplicate the session and see you are able to access. So if in case your policy is there, everything is fine and you are not able to access, simply you have to clear the default security policy by giving the command fw space unload local. Okay, close this sessions which are not working now. Okay, so guys, let's say to check which all user has login through a client portal. If you remember in our earlier time we have done the identity awareness, right? We have enabled the web authentication. So which all client are connected through a web authentication? If you want to check this, you can do it by very first you have to go to expert mode. Go to expert mode, enter the password for the expert mode. Wrong password. Okay, now you are into the expert mode. So guys, to check which all users has login through the client portal, that is web authentication, you can check this by giving this command. The command is pdp space monitor space client underscore type portal. And see, if you will see over here, for now no client is connected. If you want to experience this, like which all clients are connected, what you can do, you can just turn on your active directory. You can do the web authentication. For me now the active directory is not connected. I mean, my active directory is not power on, so I won't be able to authenticate. That's the reason. If you want to experience this, what you have to do, you have to just turn on the active directory, and you can do the web authentication. And thereafter, you will see if there is any client connected. Just try to authenticate through one of the client through do a web authentication, and you will find that detail over here. Since guys I'm running out of the space, my performance will be poor and I won't be able to complete. That's the reason I'm not turning on the active directory. But trust me, if you just on your active directory, if your identity awareness is working and if you try to authenticate using a browser, definitely you will be able to get the details. So this is the command, basically pdp space monitor space client type portal. If any user is login, it will give you the detail of that particular user over here. Now, if you want to check the user authentication through a specific IP, instead of that, if you want to check through a specific IP, that if through a specific IP address, if any user is connected, then the command is pdp space monitor space IP, and you have to give the IP. Let's give the management station IP 10.1.1.100. Enter. No information was found for 10.1.1.100 because no user is connected. But if in your case, if you are connecting any user, if you are doing a web authentication, and after that if you are trying to check, you will get the detail from this user, from this IP address, which user is connected. Now being an administrator, you have a right to revoke the access. If you find that some fraudulent or some activity which is not supposed to be done on your network and the user is trying. Now if you want to revoke the specific user access, let's say if you want to block the internet access, it is very simple, guys. What you have to do is the command is pdp space control space revoke underscore IP, and you have to give the IP address 10.1.1.100. Let's say, for example, the management station which we have in our lab, the management station, the user using a management station, for example, is doing some activity which is not supposed to be done, and if you want to revoke his or her internet access, in that case you can simply type the command pdb space control space revoke underscore ip and the ip address of that machine and hit enter. What it will do, it will revoke the access for that particular user on that specific machine which has IP address which you have entered over here. Now guys, if you want to confirm, like, you have revoked the access, right? So what will happen if there was one user connected and if you have revoked the access, and after that, you can verify by giving this command pdb monitor client type portal. If you hit enter over here, none of the things should be shown over here. If nothing is shown, I mean, let's say for example, if one user was connected using this command earlier, you saw that one user is connected. Then you have given the revoke IP command over here, this command, and thereafter the user should disappear. And this is a proof that this will prove that the command which you have given to revoke the access is successfully executed. What I am showing, the commands are 100% right. Simply what you have to do, if you want to test it in your real environment, in that case simply you have to authenticate one user on your lab and you will be able to see it in the live. So this was all about the monitoring of the client type through a web authentication, how you can monitor the client, how you can monitor using a specific IP address, or if you want to revoke the access, how you can do so. There are a few commands left that are basically a command for inventory purpose, you can say. Now let's say if you want to check the license status, command is cp lic space print. I'm not sure whether this will work over here or else we have to go to glitch mode. Let's try over here. It should work, I believe. The command to check the license status is cp lic space print. Hit enter, and it will give you the detail about your licenses. It is saying that the checkpoint product trial period will expire in 6 days, and the entire detail it is shown over here. You can read it. Now, if you want to check the license status for a specific software blade, not for the entire appliance, but for a specific blade, so the command will be cplic space check. Let's say we want to check the licenses for identity awareness blade. So we will say cplic space check space identity, and it is saying that cplic check identity license is valid. And finally, the last command to check the OS status, that is operating system status. The command is cpstat space OS, and it will give you the status of your operating system, that it is the software version. The version string is R81.10. The foundation build number, it will give the operating system name is GAIA. Major version is 3. Minor version, appliance name, it's a VMware virtual platform, and the appliance manufacturer is VMware. So guys, this was all about the topic configuration through a command line. And just to collect all the things what we have done, guys, what at the start we have seen that the modes are two types of modes. One is clish, that is CLI shell, which belongs to the checkpoint firewall. Another mode is expert mode, which is nothing but the Linux mode, since the firewall is deployed on the Linux operating system. Then we have seen several commands on the checkpoint management server, and the same commands we have seen on the checkpoint security gateway. Then there were different configuration which we did on the checkpoint management server and the checkpoint security gateway. We have seen the troubleshooting. We have seen how you can recover the SIC status. So that was all about the this topic, CLI configuration in checkpoint firewall. In this session, we are going to configure threat prevention policy in checkpoint firewall. So guys, before we proceed with the configuration, let's have a brief overview. What is threat prevention in checkpoint firewall? Threat prevention is a technique which inspects traffic to and or from all objects specified in the protected scope, even when the specified object did not open the connection. This is an important difference from the source object in firewall rules, which define the object that opens a connection. So, guys, let's understand what I have said now in the configuration perspective, and basically why the threat protection is required. Let's understand that as well. The threat prevention in Checkpoint challenges today's malware landscape. Checkpoint comprehensive threat prevention solution offers a multi-layered pre and post infection defense approach and a consolidated platform that enables enterprise security to detect and block modern malware. So now, guys, in order to configure the threat prevention policy, we will be going to the security policies tab over here from the left pane. And as you all know that we have configured our policies in under access control. These are our access controls policies. But the threat prevention policy checkpoint gives you a different option to configure. Like in many other firewalls, this option is available within the policy, like within the access control policy or a firewall rules you say. In that itself, you can define a threat prevention policy. But over here, you have a separate option to do so. This is a custom policy, and we will be creating the policy over here itself. Let's understand each and every term one by one. In this policy over here, the pre-configured policy, the name is the name whatever you want to give to the policy. Then under protected scope, you will be defining the host object or a network you want to protect. You want to do the scanning, or you can say you want to do a threat prevention on this. Then comes the action. This is basically a profile which you will be creating. By default, you have three different profiles termed as optimize, strict, and basic. The basic is the one which do a least filtering. The optimize is the middle option, and the strict is the one which has the maximum prevention. We will understand that as well, and we will be creating our own customized profile. Track is basically an option which you have seen in the access control policy as well, which means log. Over here you have some more option like packet captures and forensics you can enable. And where you want to install, definitely it will be the default target which we have already defined, which is checkpoint gateway. And if you will take over here, it is showing as well to you that it is checkpoint gateway. So guys, before we proceed with the policy configuration, let's have a quick overview on the profiles. And one more thing, when I talk about the action over here, whether it is strict, basic, optimize, you will see this particular blades. So these are anti-bots, antivirus, then threat emulation, threat extraction. And you can see this by taking the cursor on this option, it will give you that IPS is enabled on this profile. Which profile? This optimized profile. Then anti-bot is enabled, antivirus, threat emulation, threat extraction. So let's create our own customized profile rather than going with the optimized profile. So how you will create, go to profile option over here. See that you have three pre-configured profiles: basic, optimize, and strict. And I have explained you what are this and what is the differences, right? Even some more differences you will see. In the basic, only IPS is enabled, but antivirus, anti-bot, threat emulation, threat extraction are not enabled. Whereas for optimize and strict, you will see all the options enabled, all the active blades are enabled. Let's create our own customized policy by going over here, click on new, give the name. Let's give the name lab policy. What all options you need? Threat emulation, threat extraction, IPS, anti-bot, antivirus. We need all these things. You have to be a bit careful when you are configuring the active protection, the performance impact. See guys, when you are configuring the threat prevention, it is basically real-time scanning being done. So over here there is a high possibility that due to this your performance will become low, so you have to be careful and you don't have to go for the scanning for each and everything. First thing. Second thing, if you go for the strict filtering, there is a possibility you may have a false positive results. So that's the reason the best option is you should opt for the medium option. That is, the optimize is the best option. So the performance impacts, when you talk about, better go with medium or lower, and severity you can go with a medium or a lower, or even higher or above. It's better, let's go with the medium or above. Apart from that, activation mode: high confidence prevent, medium confidence prevent, low confidence detect. Even in the medium confidence we'll say detect, and low confidence also detect. Then apart from that, you have option to configure your IPS options, anti-bot, antivirus. Now you will see that in the general policy you have said that high confidence is prevent, medium confidence is detect, low confidence is detect. So what are the actions should be taken on this particular selection, where on prevent, detect, and prevent or detect, and even you have ask option and other options that you can define in respective policy, respective blades. So when you go to IPS, you can say activate IPS protection according to the following additional parameter. If you want to define any parameter of protection to activate that way, or you have an anti-bot option, and it is saying that user check setting prevent, that anti-bot is blocked. Then you have an antivirus option over here, threat emulation, and similarly threat extraction. So guys, this is how we will be creating the profile. So let's save this profile. What we have done, we have enabled the sandblast option, that is threat emulation and threat extraction. Threat in under threat prevention, we have enabled all the three blades: IPS, anti-bot, and antivirus. And we have defined the protection, performance, impact, severity, and the activation mode. Click on OK to save this profile. So now let's move to the custom policy. And guys, over here we will be using the same pre-configured policy, and we will define our own policy. We will change this. Let's give the name as lab threat prevention policy. When we talk about protected scope, what all you need to define under this scope to protect it. So let's say we will say for now I want the entire internal network as well as our DMZ network. Then the action, the profile you have to define. Let's define our own profile over here. Just lab policy, and you will see that it is saying that IPS, anti-bot, antivirus all are enabled, install on. As you can see, the it is showing you the policy target, that is CP gateway. So once this is done, you will simply publish it and install to push the changes on the security gateway. So guys, our policy is installed successfully, and this is how you will be configuring your threat prevention policy as per your infrastructure requirement. Definitely you will be doing the changes in the profiles and all as per your requirement. So that's all guys in this tutorial. Thanks for watching. In this session, we will be seeing how you can do the management of your smart console and the basic settings, how you can do for managing the smart console, or you can say managing the checkpoint management server using a smart console. So guys, let's go to the manage and setting option over here, and let me show you the very first thing. If you want to create a administrator user with some privileges, that is possible by going to manage and setting over here, and then go to administrator, and you have to create a new user. But before we create this user, definitely we have to define the rights also for that user, right? So to define the rights, what we have to do is we have to go to permission profiles. So before creating a user, we will go to the permission profiles over here, and Either you can use the pre-configured profiles or you can create the new profile as per your requirement. You will see you have a pre-configured profiles like read only all, read write all, and a super user. Or else if you want to create your own new profile, you can do it by just clicking new button over here. It will open a window for you to create a new profile, and it will ask you what all you want to define, like overview, the permission, what permission you need, read write all, or you need an auditor, that is a read only permission, or you want to customize as per your requirement. Then when you click on gateways over here, it will again, since you have opted for the customized one, it is asking you for each and every option: provisioning, smart update, what permission, whether it should be read or write. Similarly, you have so many options, whether the shell option should be given to this profile. Then comes the access control, threat prevention policies, monitoring and logging, and so on. So this is how you will be creating the profile if you want the customized profile, if in case these profiles are not matching your requirement. And of course, you have a super user which will have a full read write permission, including managing administrator and sessions. So let's see how you will create a user now. You will click on new over here, and it will ask you for the new administrator. So let's give the name of the user as security admin. Authentication method, it will be checkpoint OS password, or else you can say checkpoint password. If you say OS password, then it will be the same password which we have set for OS. So let's say checkpoint password. You can set the new password for this particular user. It is asking you the option, as it asks in the Windows Active Directory and all, that whether the user must change the password on next login. You can click OK. Yes, user must change the passwords on next login. Certificate information, it is optional. The permission, it is asking. Let's create a super user, one more super user, and it is asking that expiration date, when it will expire. You can define the expiration date, that on so and so date it will expire, or you can say never, and additional information is there. If you wish, you can, or else it is optional. Click on OK, and it will create a user for you. One more super admin user will be created with the name security admin. Then comes after we have seen the permission profile, now comes the trusted client. When we talk about trusted client, guys, if you remember in the initial setup, it has asked us that what all client should be, what all IP address or network should be accessing this particular smart console or a security management server. So at that time we have said any. This is the same thing, it is shown over here, any host type is any. But if you want to change it, you can do it by, like, let's say give the name as per your convenient, and then it is asking like it should be any or a specific IPv4 address. Then you can define that specific IPv4 address. Then it has a range option for you. Then it has a network option for you, that IPv4 network, this network should only be having access, rest all should be denied. So this also you can do. This is how you will be adding the trusted client. Then going to the advanced option over here, you have administrator setting option, authentication method. The default one is checkpoint password. Default expiration date is never. If you wish to set the date, you can set it, or like a specific date, or like if you have created now, so how many years after it will be expired, that you can define. Expiration notification option, you have that show about to expire indication in administrator view 14 days in advance. So like if the 14 days are left from that time, it will start to give the indication to the admin that your user is going to expire, that you can set it from here. Or notify administrator 30 days in advance. So it will be notified to the administrator also that the particular user is going to expire on so and so time. And then checkpoint password setting is there. So checkpoint password, minimum password length 4, you can define it up to your requirement. So guys, I'm talking about the checkpoint password. Okay, the checkpoint password is the one which we have set up now for the newly created user. Then the normal setting which you have, idle timeout setting and all, that perform logout after being idle. So if you check this box, you can define over here like after how many minutes of inactivity the session will be logged out. Then login restrictions also you can define that lockout administrator after three failed authentication attempt, unlock administrator account after 30 minutes. So if the user account is locked out due to three failed authentication attempt, it will unlock after 30 minutes. This is what option you can define over here. And display an informative message upon denying access. So it will be displaying an informative message as well. Then we have already seen about the sessions, but let's check about the blades. The blades, you have multiple blades, right? So that much more setting in depth, the advanced setting, you can define it from here. Like let's say when you talk about general, it is the same one which you see when you go to gateways and server and open your global properties. Then comes application URL filtering. The advanced settings you can define for the application control and URL filtering from here. Like in fail mode, what action should be taken, URL filtering, application control, web browsing services. So what are, all are the web application set to be matched on the following services. If you want to add some more services in this table, you can do so by just clicking over here, and that per service also will be coming into the picture. Then application port match, web browsing option, HTTP inspection and all. Similarly, the advanced setting you have for content awareness, threat prevention, and you can just go over there and check it. It's quite simple things. Coming to the session, we have already seen these things in our previous time when we have done the tutorial about, or you can say the session about the database revision, and also the sessions are there. Then one important thing, this view session. This is the session like it will give you a detail through a smart console which user is connected and from which IP it is connected, so on. Then revision we have already discussed, and during the time itself we have discussed about the advanced things as well. And then guys, over here the policy setting, this is quite a simple thing. I don't think that this needs to be explained. Like security access default, so cell size, what action should be taken if the cell is removed, non object behavior, and so on. This you can read it and understand very well. So guys, that's all about the management and the basic setting of the smart console. If you have any questions, please feel free to comment me in the comment box, and I will try my best to reply to your queries as soon as possible. Thanks for watching, and if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel yet, please